2, 1, go. Stream already first. The timer doesn't actually start until sometime later in my life. Tomorrow. Right there. Okay. Excuse me. Rolling around. Speed of sound. How's it going, Roselle? Welcome to Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness. A few notes about this run for anyone that might watch this in case I actually finish this run for once. This game is very brutal on various different levels. The first one being the fact that I don't finish most runs.
I'd say that should about do it for training. How about we take a lap around the village?
The second is in the fact that you can't skip any of these like boring dialogue sequences, and they start to get to you after a while.
5 whole years
There's no way to speed them up whatsoever. Even like changing the language or turning the voices off or any of that stuff. It's always the same length.
People slain by monsters and bandits are innumerable.
I've
heard. It's also different.
Out of all the Star Ocean games, it's probably the easiest to run,
That's okay.
but it's still very, very brutal.
Been able to turn a blind eye to these atrocities so far. How long until Stahl is attacked?
Sure. Yeah. It's one of those games you definitely get the entire plot. There are roughly 6 or 7 cutscenes you can skip, and it's only the ones that are like the most important, basically.
Let's see what she's up to.
But since you can't really skip a lot of these, most of the time I'll basically just walk towards my next destination as best I can. Eventually there will be this like giant red ring. Shows I can't go any further. I'll also be walking in most cases, just because Fidel's animations sometimes prevent him from talking. So if you're moving, then it cuts off his animation almost instantaneously, and the text will continue as normal. So a lot of times I'll be walking simply to keep Fidel from performing certain emotions and stuff.
Talk about being fishy.
Or whatever. Emoticons? I don't know what you call them in this game. Emotes? Sure. Anyways, how's it going, Seawalker? Good morning.
Let's go to the mayor and think of a plan together.
Come on! Oh, I mean, you're okay with letting them go?
They'll just run away if we try to capture them. So what's the point? Don't you think it'd be better to prepare for an attack?
You're the heir to the Camus School of Swordsmanship, all right. You have the commander's instincts of your dad.
Had a pretty good morning so far. I've been, just kind of like chilling, really. Get myself mentally prepared for 7-hour speedrun. Bunch of the grocery and stuff.
Enemy scouts a little hard to swap.
I'm gonna pick up this box over here.
So, who is it?
It's an extra healing item, or a raise item. There's a battle about an hour and a half or so in that
in reality,
sometimes you might need an extra healing item or two. Yeah, 7 hours of this basically. Just listening to these guys talk.
Specifically teach locals how to defend themselves against these degenerates.
We're done for. How could we ever hope to do anything against those?
If you could skip all the
This is all too far over.
whatever you want to call this garbage right here.
Mr. Mayor,
If you could skip all that, this would actually be a really fun game to speedrun. Every now and then people are like, oh, I'd love to speedrun this game. And anybody who wants to speedrun this game, you should just prepare yourself before you get started with the fact that you can't skip any of these things. And you're going to get very used to the full story of this game. which is not too bad. It's a pretty good story. But it does wear on you after a while.
I can't stand this. I'm about to pull my hair out from all this stupid
The
waiting. Really? Why?
very first battle we get in here,
Same thing. If no one
I try to line myself up on this like blob on the ground.
Still,
This little design here.
preferable to getting raided.
Think we can hold out?
At most.
Most of the time, I'll be able to attack the very first enemy if I time it right.
Yes.
Before he like wanders off too far out of the way.
We'll ask the capital for reinforcements. Either way, let's not get ahead.
But there's gonna be a lot of times where I'll position myself in cutscenes, specifically so that I can attack things faster. Oh, nope. I missed him. That's okay. You can actually get both those guys there. They'll go off in their own general direction if you don't get them. So I'll lose a little bit of time here, but it's not like... It's not gonna wear at me for the next 7 hours. This is, pretty bad, actually. Generally, if you get both those guys right off, you'll actually finish this battle before Mickey really joins. The Wall Street Kid.
That's where everyone is.
What is that game? This game was one of those games where it was like, I expected this to be a whole lot of fun. And then when I actually started learning it, I was like, oh, this is, only mediocre. I mean, if you could skip all the cutscenes and stuff, it would be really fun. It's actually, all the parts of the game where you actually are playing the game are very enjoyable, but... Should be all of it. You don't have to do anything, you can literally just stand there. I like to see if I can get to the mayor's house.
Did we win?
Yeah.
Look at all these trophies I'm getting. Dang, I've made it up there once. It's like Harvest Moon, but with Wall Street. Just sell grapes all day.
The village lives to see another day.
Thank
Wall
you
Street
ever so
Kid.
much
I've never heard of that game.
done for us.
We may have fended them off for now, but who knows what'll happen next time.
Next
Yeah.
time, you're saying they
I'm
might-
trying to move with Fidel,
I think so.
Please.
so that, like,
It's not.
as I mentioned before, getting him to keep from performing certain emotes will speed up the dialogue a little bit.
We'll ask the king for more troops.
More troops. A splendid idea.
I'll depart at once.
My laptop is having a seizure.
I guess I won't be hearing any more of your quips for a while.
That make you sad?
More like relieved.
Damn, you're cold.
You can actually exit the conversation before Ted talks there, but I went the wrong way at first. You normally come out of Fidel's house, and I always forget if you're coming out of the training area or Fidel's house.
To the capital, with you.
Don't be stupid, Miki. Go on home. Hey, wait a minute.
You can also reach this door up here before the conversation ends,
Going.
and there's this gigantic, like, red circle with a line through it,
Go alone.
Don't be
telling you you can't continue.
And if I somehow do get in trouble, I know you'll save me from it.
Really, Miki?
So there's no way to, like, skip part of this conversation either.
Maybe I'll get
But if you do get close enough to the door,
Maybe I'll get attacked by
I think you can actually skip the pop-ups that show up.
Discussion.
See if I care.
It's been a while since I actually got close enough to the door to...
Okay,
Try it
you made
out.
your point. Take you with me.
Yes.
Under the condition that you make
There's a
sure
whole
to
lot of
stick by
pop-ups
my
here,
side.
Okay.
There's a bunch here, too. One of the weird things that I picked up from running this game, whoops, was I control Fidel using the camera instead of, like, not the camera. diagonal sticks. Alright, so everything in this game aggro's based on sight. For the first half of the game, basically. I really don't want to get into any encounters, so I'm going to try my best to avoid all of them, but there are a few that are a little bit trickier than others. However, for the most part, you can avoid a lot of them simply by just not being seen by the enemy. Okay. I'm going to pick up some items here for a quest. Most of the time, if I pick up something, it's either for safety or for a quest. And I don't really pick up a whole lot of items. This one's for safety. It's just nice to have extra blueberry potions. Especially for any of the parts where you have to protect Anne are pretty rough. These turtles you can avoid. I haven't really done it in a while. It's kind of tricky. Oh. We managed it though. If you do have to fight the turtles, you just spam circle, basically. Your heavy attack, double slash. You can't actually escape that battle, so you have to fight it if you do get into it, but you can avoid doing it by essentially doing what I just did there with the camera and the hugging the wall. Most of the time in this game, you're not really looking for levels as much as you are SP. And early on in the game, the amount of SP you earn is really low. So it's definitely not at all really worth fighting battles if you can avoid them. I'm going to pick up an item here for a quest. There's two ways you can go through this area, the north path and the south path. The south path is a little bit longer than the north path, but we need those fish scales for a quest later on. The quest yields a fair amount of money and SP, so it's worth going down there instead of taking the north path. It's much easier to avoid enemies as well. I think it rewards an item as well. Can't remember.
Did you hear something creepy just
This first boss here is a little weird. What we're gonna do is try and counter with Fidel and attack using Mickey.
That thing's huge! How are we supposed to beat a walking mountain?
I gotta pay a lot of attention here, so give me a hot minute to. That was bad. Leave Mickey alone. Man, he is going ham on her. What? Alright. Nope.
Allow me to help you. Don't get distracted. Focus on the enemy.
Oh, right.
I want to try and get the cancel bonus with her, as well as the counter bonus with Fidel.
Signaturgy?
Ah, frick, dude. No, I'll probably just attack. Never mind. Ha. That went okay. It's definitely been worse, but we made it through there.
We can't.
So the idea behind that basically is counter with Fidel and attack with Mickey. Keep Mickey's
I'm a soldier.
attack bonus high, or her combo bonus high enough. Like, just keep it up throughout the whole fight
I'm Fidel Camus.
and block accordingly.
In the village of Stahl.
It keeps you from having to
Those techniques
basically waste time healing and
Although, if I had had to guess, I'd say you're
You would deal more damage if you just did with Fidel, but you end up dealing less damage overall because of the damage you take and that sort of stuff.
It's dangerous around here.
It's much quicker to counterattack and switch to Mickey,
Representatives of Sthal
despite the fact that her
to ask the king for
her
reinforcements.
actual damage numbers are lower, but her DPS is higher.
Eidolon
That makes sense.
recently invaded our village. I hate to sound presumptuous, but do you think you could take us
Also,
to
just a random note,
dispatching troops?
you can't really camera trick very well in this game. I know I did that with like the turtles.
Same individual.
Zooming in doesn't really
Can't assure you of the
work most of the time.
Thank you so very much.
Since everything is basically drawn
You think?
once it's on the mini-map,
The time
basically.
is far from perfect. But if Mr. Camus were to put in a
So
What about old man Camus?
keeping your character like zoomed in,
as an advisor,
in all but one case really doesn't
the way of the sword
help.
within the
I could stay way out here. Same game still runs at the same frame rate, all that
Is
stuff.
important now?
He is. That is but one reason it would behoove you not to call him an old
Behoove.
man in public. Save that for us.
I guess that makes sense. I'll work on it.
A bit of trivia here. This map was stolen from Star Ocean 4. When you first enter, I think it's around the time you first enter Roke in Star Ocean 4, this exact same beach, the map, including the little peninsula and everything, is basically the exact same. All the trees are in the same spot.
Oh, so that's me, Doc, I take it?
It's definitely copied and pasted.
This light, it's stunning.
It's also the gateway to the neighboring country of
In
Languedoc.
this light, it's stunning.
If we weren't on this mission,
It's like this
I'd love to
blob of
leisurely look around.
green and brown. Some bricks. Mickey's only ever lived in one city. Mickey. I have a friend named Mickey, so it always weirds me out hearing Mickey. Alright. It's weird how this is the only town they do that little like dramatic intro in.
So sorry.
They gave up after this. Alright, so here's the first cutscene you can skip. For some reason. There's not too many of these in the game.
Are you good to go?
Sorry for keeping you.
Victor said he'll be waiting at the western gates.
The Western Gates. Let's go there.
Great.
Pardon me.
Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. I like running into people in this game. I like that there's an interaction there, and it also just makes me laugh.
Who's that with him?
Sorry we're late.
And late you are.
Who might she be?
Sorry, I'm
This
late.
is Lady Brunelli, a
You are late.
secretary from Languedoc.
Horribly late.
Lady Brunelli, is it?
Fiore Brunelli. You can just call me Fiore.
Everyone's favorite character,
I'm Mickey.
Victor, paired up
She's
with
one of the most knowledgeable researchers
Fiore.
at the Royal Institute of Signatory Studies. Languedoc so kindly dispatched her in response to
both those
her
characters are basically
request for
useless.
aid.
Actually, every character here is basically useless.
You work at the Royal Institute?
Mickey
That's amazing. You're the envy of Signature just the world over.
is definitely needed
Hardly of that high caliber.
and very useful, I guess, in that she heals stuff,
Victor. Is
but
this
she's
the
not
guy we're
completely
talking about?
useless.
Yes, it is.
But Victor is definitely 100% useless in the speedrun.
Brunelli safely to our capital.
We put some stuff on him later on just to like level up some skills,
I'll explain everything else on the way.
and acts as a horrible distraction. But it's not really needed for much.
Our nation is currently at war with the neighboring kingdom of Trécoeur.
I've heard a fair share of rumors about that.
Things don't look good for us, as cries for support on the front line have reached the capital.
So we're losing then?
The reports remain unconfirmed, but it seems the enemy has developed a new weapon and is using it to great effect.
A new weapon? Such as?
I won't pretend to understand it, but it can supposedly
I
attack
bet
from
it's
great
guns.
distances and is far more destructive than our most advanced signature.
But they're using laser guns.
Cryptic new type of weapon? Sounds like a scapegoat to me.
The fact that we're losing is true, and so is the fact that no signaturges in the field can discern why.
And I've been called to figure it out.
Our nation has always had a close and congenial relationship with the Eastern Kingdom of Languedoc. Now we must call upon them for aid in unraveling this mystery, as they possess the finest signaturgical research facility on
The more I think about it, the smaller this world really is.
So that's how it is.
The world available to you is really tiny in this game. I mean, you don't get to visit much of the world in many of the Star Ocean games. Like, just a small fraction of what's around. Oh, and I'm picking up this item here for quest. So it'll actually be the first quest we do. So. But every time I play through this, I feel like the world of this game just gets smaller and smaller. I hate these guys. They've moved very erratically. Sometimes they harass you, and sometimes they do. Not today.
This place is pretty quiet for a capital. How different from Languedoc.
Follow me to the castle. Lady Brunelli, sorry to ask you before settling on where to stay, but will you join us? Okay. Master.
How long are you gonna take?
Sorry, the provisions have been scarce.
I don't care if you pay double the price.
Alright.
Get them.
Well, the next destination for me is going to be over here, the quest board.
You're back? Well done.
We're turning in the quest with that iron. Gives a little bit of
As instructed,
some stuff.
Lady Brunelli with
It also gives us
Dad,
enough money to buy all the stuff I need.
Stahl has been attacked by Eidolon. We managed to repel their first attempt, but we're up against
The iron wasn't that far out of the way, so
to petition the king to send the village reinforcements.
That is a problem.
we're only going to be doing one quest here, but later on we'll actually be turning in quite a number of quests.
Dad, what authority do you think?
Don't call me that. Right now, I'm not your father, but the official reviewing your request. Lady Brunelli, was it? I cannot
Crazy guy here.
for coming all this way on our behalf. Our proud nation is currently under siege from the barbaric tribes to the west. What's more, while it pains me to admit this,
The heck kind of pants are those?
rather grim.
So I've heard.
We are planning a counterattack with the whole of Central Rasulia's army, and should be sortying soon. I apologize for the short notice, but might it be possible for you to fight alongside us, Lady Brunelli?
It certainly is.
Sorry, Victor, but I need you to help shore up the rear. First, pass the order on to your subordinates. Then, once that's done, get ready to ship out.
Yes, sir.
What do
This
we do?
poor guy over here can't find his
All that's
house.
left for us is to return to Stahl.
You're going back to your village? Then you should take the Dakar footpath there. It's a much quicker route than the way we took here.
Alright. Alright, we also got the attack crest, which is not a huge deal. It's helpful, but not, like, game-changing. Other armor. It's gonna be what I'll be wearing for quite a long time. I'm also gonna go ahead and max out my blackberries. So I have them. Whoa, so we're gonna use a lot of those in this run. Or at least the earlier parts. Not so much later on. Early on, it's quite useful. I'm gonna go ahead and set my rolls. Attacker, defender. Managed to do that when I ran into the door earlier. A lot of times you either want to do menus, because when you menu, Fidel like stops for a second. You want to do menus when you would normally be stopping. So like right before a door, or in the middle of a cutscene when you don't really have control of your character to begin with. That sort of thing. I'm going to pick up the Signet Solder chest. Mostly just because it's along the way.
Victor told us we should take the
And it'll help Fiore for a little while.
This way?
Yeah, probably.
All right, then off we go.
We'll be using it on Fiore's, I think it's called Windblade. Almost went to go save. This part's really scary part of this game. Oh my god. These guys can cast Earthblade. And that's a very scary spell early on. These guys can also cast a few things. Oh god. I definitely don't want to fight anything. This is a complete waste of my time. But especially I don't want to fight these like dragon-looking guys, because Earthblade is very killer. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. I've game over here quite a number of times.
Wait! Don't you hear something?
In any case, that area can be rather scary.
Eidolon! Let's turn back.
Alright, I want to be standing in a very specific spot
Oh, crap.
so that I hit as many of these guys as possible.
Who do you brats think you are?
There we go.
Let's take him out. Looks like you two are out of luck.
Boss, I have no
I don't want to have to menu. Whoops. And killing these guys 2 at a time is just faster in general. So if it's possible, you always want to try and hit more than one. Oh my god, this is going awful. The enemies in this game will just like target whoever they feel like, completely at random. I'm not sure there's like a threat system at all in this game, because I've definitely seen some really weird situations with targeting. You could go into a battle, everyone would be like dead basically. You could revive everyone, and the instant you revive them, they would get aggro. You know what? I really should just go ahead and... Alright, I should have enough SP to for this next fight. Alright, for some reason you can skip this cutscene. I don't really know why they pick certain cutscenes over other ones.
They're not pushovers at all.
Alright, so you want to stand as close to Aurelia as possible here, because the very last part of this whole like sequence here, only actually activates if you're in close proximity to Aurelia.
I'll wipe her off the face of this planet.
Don't you dare!
They've stopped moving?
They're completely frozen in place. Stiffer than boards, even.
They don't move in the slightest. It's almost like they're dolls. Did that girl Signet do all this?
What? Our Signet vanished? Is that even possible? I don't know what's going on, but let's leave this place while we can.
Alright. So I mentioned this earlier, but for some reason when I started playing this game, I started using the camera, and I do this in all RPGs now that I play. I use the camera to move my character. Like, I'm always holding up on the control stick, and then I use the camera to move my character instead of the control stick. Never really... I don't know what possessed me to start doing that. But something about this game. I used to zoom in and zoom out a lot too.
Home.
I don't know.
Fidel! You've come back to us!
There's a face on the back of
Was the village
Fidel's jacket there, on the hood.
Yeah.
Very sad face.
They descended on us last
That's how I
night.
feel about this game.
We were able to fend them off thanks to the vigilance of our scouts.
One day I'll finish a run of this game, and I hope that day is today.
We took heavy losses. Right now, the injured are being treated at the infirmary, but there aren't many left who can fight.
I see.
I think the only runs I ever finished were ones where I saved.
Patching the holes in
'Cause I always seem to die.
those who can still walk.
Something stupid.
I'm not sure there's a point. So what about the reinforcements you asked for? They'll send some, right?
About that. Actually,
That can wait, Miki. Let's hold off until we talk to the mayor about it tomorrow. More importantly, we have this kid.
Whoa now! When did you have time during your
Freaking
journey
Ted.
to the capital to put a bun in the oven? I didn't think you could make one that quickly.
you know very well she's not ours, Ted. We rescued her on the way here.
She's been out cold the whole way here, so I want to have her rest at my place.
Right. If that's how it is, go right ahead. See you tomorrow, I guess.
Alright. So we're off to Fidel's house. The studio apartment with no rooms. There's not even a bathroom. There's not even doors to insinuate that there would be a bathroom.
Her breathing stabilized, so I think it's safe to say she's in the clear.
They just go out
She still
back.
hasn't regained consciousness after a whole night. It isn't very comforting, though.
All we can do is wait.
I guess you're right.
Alright.
Let's meet up again later.
You going over to meet with the mayor?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Sorry to throw you to the wolves like this.
I'm fine. Just look after the girl.
Let me up. Yeah. On our way to the mayor. Not really a whole lot to do here, since this cutscene has a couple of those moments where
Victor, what are
if you're not moving Fidel, then the dialogue doesn't stop until, like,
My unit has been mobilized in
That one right
response to
there.
Stahl's plea.
At the castle.
Your father.
The dialogue doesn't continue until Fidel finishes emoting, so it's very important if you're moving around here.
There a problem?
No.
That was another one there.
We desperately need your help. Thank you for coming.
Definitely, especially earlier on. Anytime Fidel's involved in a cutscene, basically,
By attacking their
you need to be moving.
That should liberate.
Later on in the game, Fidel isn't really included as much in a lot of the conversations.
It would, but is it
So you can just
possible to...
stand there, think about life,
That's why we, the king's
walk
chosen,
around the room.
were dispatched by the army.
I always forget which door it is that you have to click on here.
I suppose we have
I think it's the one on the right.
everything to you.
Let me join the operation.
Huh? Are you serious?
That's perfect. I was about to ask you to join anyway. We appreciate the help.
Wait, is this for real?
We depart post-haste. Rendezvous at the gate to the Dakar footpath when ready.
Alright. We were in there for so long, it became nighttime.
And why can't I go?
Because
So since I just saw a loading screen, I should go ahead and mention the fact that I'm playing on a PS4 Pro with an SSD. As far as I've noticed, because I used to play this game on a regular PS4 with the stock hard drive,
That's my fiddly.
none of the loading screens seem to be any slower or faster
Yours, then.
due to the fact that I'm on an SSD.
Over her safety. Got it?
At least from what I can tell.
Fine by me.
Then,
But I am on a PS4 Pro with an SSD. Came from all my year of running Star Ocean 5. Alright, so I'm going to turn off the Reserve Rush performance. Since we'll actually be using quite a number of those throughout the run, I want to watch the animation for that. It's a huge waste of time.
And our signaturgy and support expert, Hana.
A lot of these battles here are annoyingly aggravating to avoid, especially the ones with bats.
So we'll be fine.
Those bats, since you're like, through here is 8,000 people long, you're gonna probably get into every battle here, unless you're really lucky. Like I said, there's literally no reason to fight anything. Count.
We've reached the meeting spot. Now we wait.
The meeting spot?
My man in charge of intelligence and reconnaissance is searching for Eidolon's base. We planned to meet here.
Right.
Sir.
Dax.
Actually, I have a desk set up in front of me for the first time.
We have
So I
a
can-
swordsman and a signaturgy.
I printed out all my notes for every game I've ever run.
Make sure to keep
Put them all in folders. Now's a good day to get used to using them.
Now take us there.
Normally I had them up on my laptop, but my laptop's dying. So I figured might be easier if I just start learning them this way. I gotta pick this thing up. This is additional health. Just very helpful later on. So like here's where I mentioned you'll want a menu when you're not in control of your character. If you can, since you don't want to have Fidel come to complete stop unnaturally.
Be both swift and silent.
Okay.
Go.
Already starting to get a little tired. This battle you can't avoid. I'm gonna use the opportunity to try and start building my reserve rush bar. when we get to the boss, there's two different strategies you can really use here. Both of them take about the same amount of time, so it's really down to preference.
They slice ahead, does it?
You can build Reserve Rush on all these guys beforehand, or you can constantly switch between party members. I'm going to constantly switch between party members because it saves having to menu
Apparently, Eidolon's leadership is not nearly
and
as
refill your
Only way
MP.
is the way we got in.
There has to be an escape.
So,
I wouldn't put it past bandits to have one. Look around.
oh my god, what is this garbage on my fresh sheets of paper?
Something's off here.
Yeah, so if you wanted to go with Reserve Rush, you would basically just use Fidel this whole time. It's a little bit safer because you're actually like calculating who you fight. You can kind of wing it, I guess, if you do it the way that I'm going to do it. You generally want to take out whatever range, like anybody in the back first, essentially.
We must stop them here.
Yes, sir.
Because all of your allies will basically attack whatever's closest to them initially. You'll end up whiffing a lot of your attacks if you go for whoever's in the front. I gotta pay a whole lot of attention here. I also don't want, forgot his name, Victor using Nether Slash, because the animation for that is like forever. So I want to control him to keep him from spamming Nether Slash.
You jerks! How dare you destroy our home!
Dirty Rasulian dogs, eh? That would explain the incessant barking. Do you even realize how much of a menace to others you are? Obviously not. I say we put them down here and now before...
So if I had Reserve Rush here, I would use it right off the bat, basically. But I don't. So I'm going to go ahead and target this Spellcaster over on the left side here. I'll then get the other Spellslinger, because they can cast Earthglaive, and as I mentioned earlier, Earthglaive is devastating. Shouldn't have switched. Waited. Man, Victor is getting wrecked here. I would normally switch back and forth, but Victor's just being knocked down constantly. No, and I'm out of... We're at it. I probably could have just gone without doing this. Yeah. That fight didn't go very good. Yeah.
No way!
Not surprised I lost a lot of time.
I doubt we can recover his body.
Oh,
I wanted to take that who's what's it back with us.
Don't get greedy. We completed our mission, which is more
I
than
had quite a number, even during, a lot of that is actually the battles
free from
where it was just Fidel and,
We can't thank you enough.
Miki
Alright, let's get on home.
earlier on.
Should be waiting for the news.
Let's.
While this battle went pretty poorly, I've definitely seen way worse than that, but the general idea is actually that you switch back and forth more often, but Victor kept getting knocked down, and anytime a Victor gets knocked down and you're in control of him, you lose part of your reserve rush bar. And I didn't want to do that, because I was hoping I might still be able to get reserve rush, but did not work out in the end, and I lost some time. But we can gain it back. These splits I'm using are actually incredibly old. I think. Wait, 632? Wait, these might actually be the right splits. I don't know what splits these are. What? We'll figure it out later. This might be my some of best.
Fidel! Miki! You're both okay! You had me worried sick. I kept thinking over and over and over again, I should never have stayed behind. I'm just glad you're alive. So, what happened with Adalon?
Calm down, Ted. It's the best news. Everything's been taken care of.
Alright. So there's not a whole lot of, like, really doing anything for a little while here. A lot of these cutscenes, a lot of this game is, like, really long sections of cutscenes, and then actually doing stuff for, like, 10 minutes. And then 20 minutes of more cutscenes and, like, actually doing stuff for 10 minutes. And then, like, 45 minutes doing nothing.
On behalf of this humble village, I am eternally grateful for all you Rasulian...
Like I said, if I could skip all these cutscenes, it would be super great. Or even if I could just, like, skip through this text really quickly.
How could we ever repay your generosity?
It's going to be a whole lot more fun to run.
no such gestures.
But since there's no way to just speed all of this up,
to eliminate the threat to this village.
and I've seen these cutscenes like 400 times now.
I almost forgot. That little girl, she regained consciousness.
What? She did?
She's still at Fidel's, so go see her.
Alright.
You're finally awake. Thank goodness. You had us very worried.
Don't you remember? Ever since you came to this place 2 days ago.
So this cutscene here is actually, for some reason, 6 seconds longer in Japanese.
Anyway.
And it's not even like from the dialogue. Like he just stands in front of the door for like an extra 6 seconds, basically.
Well, what about where you're from? Do you remember that? Or what your name is?
Yeah.
Relia. So we know her name's Relia. Sadly, we've got absolutely no other leads. What are we to do?
I'm so bad at pronouncing things.
Talk about a bind.
First time I ever saw her name, I thought it was Relia.
Maybe you remember this. When we fought those bad guys
Relia.
on the mountain path, something
It's
made them
Varia.
freeze in place. That was you, wasn't it? Oh, I'm not angry at you or anything. Actually, we're only here thanks to that power. If that happened to be your doing, I figure I should thank you for it. So, thanks.
This is definitely another one of those cutscenes where if you're not moving, then you lose time.
Be separated from your parents.
There's a Fidel
At such a young age.
actually trying to do his emotes.
Your
Like,
parents.
that right there.
Yeesh.
I canceled an
Need
emote.
some sort of lead to go on.
right there.
What about her signet?
On her forehead? Maybe. But I've never seen one like it in my life.
Mashing
If we
buttons.
ask Fiore,
It's not really doing
she might be
anything.
able to tell us something.
It's very disappointing.
Oh, that's right. Since she researches signaturgy over in Langdock, she probably could. But how are we going to meet her?
Let me ask Victor about that. He might be able to help. Listen, I'll be right back.
So, like, it says in the Japanese version, it says member out, takes, whatever her name is out, Miki out. And then it just sits there and, like, hangs as he runs towards the door before it actually lets him exit the game. There's a couple of cutscenes like that, where you just lose 6 seconds arbitrarily. It's always 6 seconds, and I've never been able to figure out why.
Seeing us off?
And it generally involves a door.
We're in the middle of a war. We must return to it as soon as possible.
I'd like to ask you a small...
And when I timed it all, it was done on a PS4, a regular PS4 with the stock hard drive, so I know it's not
The capital?
I need you to get
from
with Fiore.
having a PS4 Pro or anything.
Why is that?
A girl with us has lost her memory.
It's very odd.
She has an extremely unique type of signet, so I thought Fiore could tell us something about it.
Most of them are only in the early game,
This girl with her parents. Please.
and
I've no reason to refuse. And she should be in central Rasulia now, so I assume it's possible to meet her.
I was gonna say, I think in this town as well as Medoc, and I think that's it.
I'll need to know the moment you're ready.
When I first started learning this game, I was using this other Japanese runner's video as kind of a reference for a lot of different things, and trying to routing and like figuring some stuff out. So a lot of times I had the cutscenes running side by side. And that's when I first noticed. I was like, wait a second, something weird going on here.
We leave right away.
Really? Wait, as in now? I have to pack my things.
Huh?
Okay. What's wrong, Miki? You don't want to stay here with Ted?
Obviously. I can't leave you to your own devices.
She just doesn't want to hang out with Ted every day. Imagine growing up in this village,
Yep. It's time for
and your only friends are Fidel and Ted,
Riley in tow.
and Fidel leaves, and you're stuck with Ted every day. I just saw this like weird graphic thing. Oh, it was the ceiling lamp.
Changes of clothes, towels, rations.
All of Mickey's stuff is in that cabinet over there, but that's also the bed you sleep in.
Off we go.
Mickey keeps all her stuff next to your bed, so she can go through it while Fidel is sleeping. There's a prompt here that tells you about Aurelia, so I'm mashing. You can probably hear me mashing the button. So this is one of 3 places in this game
Hey, Fidel, what's this?
where you want Fidel to be standing in a very specific spot compared to where Aurelia is standing,
Going to the capital.
because she's going to align herself up
Don't you
with
think for a
Fidel.
minute you can skip your training?
So I want to limit the amount of time that she spends moving
There
by
you go.
lining
I
Fidel
assume
up
you're done here?
a certain way. I think we're correct.
Aren't Gunter and Hana supposed to come with us?
They've gone on ahead.
So we're just going to realign herself here.
Is that?
Yeah, that's pretty close.
There's no reason to be scared. I'm going with you to the capital.
There's only 3 spots in this game that are like that, where you have to line Fidel up in a very specific way, because the other characters will walk around until they're lined up with Fidel. That is the very first one.
Ready as well.
Fidel, Miki, don't do anything I wouldn't do.
No Ted.
We won't. Look after
We don't want to
yourself.
do anything you would do.
You've got it.
We'll be back soon.
We'll be back soon.
We'll be back soon. Okay. So we're going back to the capital, and I have to avoid all these battles again. now they're extra annoying. Because if I actually get into one, it's just a bunch of BS. Since our party here is a much shorter train of people, it's much easier to not get into a battle. So when you do, it's extra disheartening because it's like, are you for real? Okay. This looks pretty bad. I'm gonna wait for you to move a little bit. Okay. My chances of dying are much slimmer than they were the last time I came through here, but they're still... He's gonna Earthgrave, yeah. They're still really bad. Oh my god. Because Earthglaive is complete BS. And like I said, I'm not even attacking anybody, and they aggro me, because I don't know how aggro works in this game. The fight was stupid. I wish there was a way, like, I could hear him casting Earthglaive. It's just, like, really obnoxious, like, noise. So I wish that there was a way I could have avoided that, but I was too far into the battle zone at that point. Oh no. Later on, you'll get into an encounter anytime you step over into an encounter zone. For some reason, early on in the game, you have a little bit more control because you can avoid aggro by basically not walking in front of anything. But later on, it automatically puts you into an encounter, but your team is like such a long train of people that the person in the back, the very back of your group, is generally outside of the encounter area.
Someone there will likely know Lady Brunelli's whereabouts.
So you can escape battles really quickly by just being in control of that character when the battle starts. So I'll use that to my advantage later on.
You're rather late, Victor.
Sorry for that, but our mission is now over. I can give you the details soon.
We don't have
Coming up here, we have like probably one of the more annoying battles that deals with aggro.
The front. They've reached our borders.
That can't be.
The Trey-Curran military.
I don't want Fidel to get hit by anything, and the rest of my party is going to end up dead relatively quickly. And I really want the enemy to target all the NPCs around us. So I'll try to position myself in a way that's,
I'll head there too, as soon as I can.
I guess, like, helps as best it can. But it's very easy to game over on this fight.
As heard, Lady Brunelli is not here. I would never take you to the front lines under normal circumstances.
We're more than capable of protecting ourselves.
Fine then.
Okay, let's go.
So I'm losing time because I got into those encounters. I think this is actually some of best, what my timer is. I'll go check it here in a minute. I didn't know I had a 622. 632, I would believe it. 622? A little rough.
What? The battle has already started?
Quickly! I can't go any further with you. I must look for my subordinates.
Thank you for taking us this far.
Take care, for you never know what's in store on the battlefield.
Don't mind us. Yo, sick trophy.
You, Victor. Let's go find Fiore.
We're around here 'cause
We got this little girl with us, completely defenseless. Gonna run straight into this battlefield. It's probably fine.
Gunter! Listen, keep this formation.
Victor!
Ah, Fidel, you made it.
Alright, so I'm gonna position
only an experienced signature could cast some of these.
Fidel over here to try and hopefully... Oh my god, really? Don't come over here? Really, no? Really, you leave, please? I switched over to Mickey there, oh god, to hopefully initiate the dialogue for, oh my god, Fiore. Oh my god, I swear if I die here, I'm gonna be pissed. Okay, we made it. Alright. Oh, I have to actually do something.
Huh? What's going on here?
It's happening again. Our enemies stopped moving.
Whatever it is, now's our chance to counterattack. Let's end this now! Think I'll let you get away?
Reporting in. The enemy forces have begun their retreat.
I had switched over to Mickey to try and initiate that conversation because it wasn't happening naturally. I'm gonna fix my splits.
Relia!
Come on, let's get away from the battlefield. We'll never be able to get to the bottom of her condition here.
That should be actually accurate now. I think it was set to sum of best.
So, this is the second time.
It is.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Astonishing power that saved us.
It behaves like a signet, but it's gone now. Therefore, maybe it's not?
We're not sure. We'd appreciate your input, or anything that comes to mind.
I've never seen a signet with these properties, nor witnessed such powerful signaturgy. I don't know if I can even classify it.
You don't?
Oh, but there may be someone over at the Royal Institute who can. At the very least, his knowledge of signaturgy is far more extensive than my own.
More than yours, Fiore? Unbelievable!
Want to meet him?
Yes! That'd be wonderful!
Well then, let's head over. Some introductions are certainly in order.
Hold on a moment. The situation in Sorteview has yet to stabilize. Lady Brunelli can't leave at this critical juncture.
Excuse me.
Dad?
I came to call on Lady Brunelli and accidentally eavesdropped on your conversation. I apologize for the indiscretion. Fidel, listen. You're to take Lady Brunelli and the little girl and escort them to Santarol in the Kingdom of Languedoc.
Oh, Pops!
Master!
If we could understand her power, we could stop this, no, all future wars that might arise. Should that dream become reality, this is a small price to pay.
You condone this, Master?
Well, we were only able to triumph thanks to the girl. But don't worry, I'll take it on myself to inform the king.
Thanks very much for the kind gesture.
I don't know what splits these are at all,
Lady
actually.
Brunelli reaches her homeland
640-32.
I will.
I shall remain here. May our paths cross once
I can never find the correct splits for this game.
Debt of gratitude.
I use different splits every time.
You take care as well, Lady Brunelli.
I suggest we wait until the girl wakes up. Then we can head out.
So here's the second place where we have to line Fidel up in a specific way. I can literally never remember where it is. I think it's like right here. I don't want Fiore to stop walking, basically.
Never think of leaving you behind, Relia.
That might be too
Sorry
far.
if I scared you at all.
Yeah, that's too far. you want to try and position yourself so that Fiore never stops walking, basically.
I see you're up. You don't feel funny at all, do you?
I'm okay.
That's good. Well then, let's go.
Alright, we can go pick up an item for a quest. We only need one for the quest. It gives you 2, so it's nice to have the second one just for fun. I think the quest is the only one? I don't know. Whatever.
East of Rasulia.
We pick it up for a quest.
Is the Royal Institute of Signatory Studies. Most people coming from Sword of You pass through Central Rasulia, then Medoc, and finally cross the
We have one of the most like nerve-wracking sections coming up here.
Is there something wrong?
No. I just have a barrage of questions. You know, about the inner workings of her power.
By power,
I'll kind of explain when we get there, but
You and I both wear these
it's
markings called signets upon our flesh.
one of
Extremely rare, however, to see
probably the second worst
really?
like area you run through in terms of probability of actually dying
Assuming what she
is
calls
incredibly
the
high in this next section.
It's much more complex and effective than any form of it I've ever seen or heard.
Go on then.
What's more, considering the fact that she collapsed both times she used it, we can infer that her signaturgy is puissant enough to affect the caster. I have to say, it's beyond my understanding. One last thing. Every signet I know is always visible, but hers don't appear except for when she uses signaturgy.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
As any signaturge would. I haven't been this motivated for such a long time.
Alright, I'm gonna pick up an item here for safety, really. Since it's basically in the way. I say safety. Wait, blackberry potion? Yeah, that one's for safety.
Wow, the sun's getting pretty low in the sky.
After crossing the run,
That was a
we still
blueberry
have to go
potion?
over the mountains.
Yeah, I actually
Can a
remember.
kid take that?
Blueberry potions are very helpful to have. I end up running out most of the time.
Hurry. So let's
Blackberry ones, they're just nice to have. I almost went the wrong way. Alright. This part is very scary.
We should probably get to bed.
I think someone's coming. Yes?
Excuse me, but I'm with the inn. Can I have a moment of your time?
There's more than one. Something's up. Maybe tomorrow. Go out through the window. Quickly.
They're on to us! Kick it down!
They just use their guns. Blast the door down.
They're escaping! After them! Get them! No matter what
Who
the
are
cost!
they?
There's no time to find out. Concentrate on getting away. That's the same weapon Eidolon's leader was using.
Hey, Fiddly, those outfits of theirs. When we first met Relia.
Okay. So as I make my way up this mountain here, at this point in the game, they've kind of assumed that you've done like a ton of grinding, all the like side quests, like there's a ton of other things, like actually having equipment up to date and that sort of stuff, and we don't have any of that. So all these enemies very likely could kill me. And so we really want to avoid all of them. There's a few here that are a little bit more difficult to avoid than others.
I don't see any sign of him anymore. Probably still searching in town.
We just need to cross this
We
river.
just kind of like hope for the best, basically.
There's no time to be resting on our
Then we have to do a
laurels.
battle that's like
Still
really
have a ways
obnoxious.
before we can actually make it there.
Will Will you be okay climbing up mountains at night?
Partially because you can't really do any damage as Fidel. You also don't want Fidel to die. Or anyone to die, really. I just, like, struggle to survive. Alright, this battle sucks. This one right here is probably the worst. Okay, and we made it. I don't really need to heal. I'm going to anyways. I have it. This is really awful. I turned off some extra spells just in hopes that Mickey will focus on
I've never seen
healing.
that type of signaturgy before.
We've got you in our grasp, so how about you hand Relia over to us?
Just who are you bastards?
You can't actually deal any damage to these guys at all until Anne and Emerson show up.
Unless you want to die.
So I kind of just want to like block everybody else's from getting hit.
What can we...
R.I.P. I actually don't need really at all, and it's good if she's dead.
Who are you?
We'll even things out.
Alright. So now I want to try and build up my SP. The bonus you get comes from blocking or counterattacking. So the more I counterattack, the more...
You meddlers aren't from this planet, are you?
The more I counterattack, the higher I can get it up. So I want to get it up to roughly 300%. But the last few times I've run this, I've only gotten it up to about 200%. This battle right here really kind of determines how the rest of your run is going to go. If you don't get this up really high, then you're going to have to fight so many extra battles, basically, to make up for the lack of SP. There are two abilities, basically, we need, like, really need to learn. The first one... Oh, God. The first one that's important is Berserker, which ups your attack power by a ton, which will allow us to deal, like, a ton of damage later on, especially. And then the other one, which is slightly more important, is called Dead Man Walking. And Dead Man Walking really breaks a lot of this game. And so it's very important that I learn both those abilities as early as possible. Especially Berserker. Alright, or not Relia. Mickey is taking a ton of damage. Yeah, we're probably only going to manage up to like 200 some odd percent here. Everybody's focusing on this guy. Oh my god, please freaking attack me. 228. It's not as bad as like past couple runs I've had. I think the last one I was at like 206. Like I said, I really want to be as close to 300 as possible. So 250 is not super bad, but it's also nowhere near optimal. Ooh, we might actually get up there. Might have an actual run going. 260 is not bad. Where are you going, dude? Oh, well, it's over anyways. So I'm gonna switch over to Fiore and just like finish out this battle. Since Fiore can actually deal damage, as opposed to Fidel, who can't really do anything. So you said he hits for like 2-digit numbers. But that battle definitely determines how the rest of this run will go. So, since I did get up to a pretty high number, I'll be able to actually do what I would normally want to be doing here.
Saved her skin back there. Thanks for the help.
I'll have to fight maybe 1 or 2 extra battles.
Can we join you on your trip?
But I need to watch out for a couple of drops and some other stuff.
Of total disgust ruins your elegant.
Allow me. We're not out to do you any harm. My name is Anne, and his is Emerson.
Exactly. You can totally trust us. So just take us.
Emerson. Please stop telling these nice people what to do.
You're right. I'd also be wary of someone asking to join me out of the blue. Okie dokie then. This is the deal. We're just like you guys.
Just like us? How so?
You see, we were also running from those Atramentus thugs.
They were after you too?
There was that brouhaha in Medoc, right? We were scurrying away from that and we happened upon your little scuffle.
And you decided that you would help us?
2 of you are beautiful ladies and 1 an adorable kid. Who to save and who to snuff out was clear as day.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Sounds good to me. You can come with us.
I knew you'd say that.
We won't let you down.
Alright, so Anne is horribly overpowered, and we're gonna fight a few things basically with her. I'm not gonna run from any encounters, I'm just gonna fight anything I run into, basically. Anne and Emerson are both like appropriately geared and leveled at this point. Ooh, I got a wind jump. Okay. So I need the items I need are a wind gem and a Parrington dropping. And so I got the wind gem. I just need to get a Parrington dropping at this point. I also need to... We're going to be fighting a lot of things here. This is like the grinding section of the game. But we're grinding for SP and not XP, basically.
The sun's coming up.
Hey, look.
I'll know where I stand. I'll be fighting a lot of stuff, but I won't
So pretty.
know how much until after I leave Santa Roy the second time, basically. So when I come back down this mountain, I'll know exactly what I do and don't need to fight. Everything else I'll pretty much just be fighting. That should set me up, because like I said, I was about 30 or 40% off of SP, but I should have. Or at least what I wanted optimally. Kind of keeping up with how much SP you have and what you need and stuff is just something that kind of comes with like playing the game a bunch.
The storied capital of Signaturgy.
Sometimes the game lags really bad here.
So stick close, okay?
I know I said earlier that like
And I'll escort you to the facility.
zooming the camera in and looking down doesn't really help much, but for some reason it helps here.
Another there? Signets are everywhere around this city.
You've got some keen eyes there. Legions of Signaturges study here to enter the Royal Institute, and there are just as many shops that cater to their needs. So you could empirically say this bustling metropolis was built upon...
When I ran this on an original PlayStation, it lags so bad in this town.
In my wildest dreams did I...
It's not a huge deal since, as you can see, I'm now just like walking towards whatever. As I wait for stuff to finish out anyways. Which is why it honestly doesn't really matter, but I just gotta do it anyways.
Behold, the Royal Institute. Keep it up.
It opened by itself.
Follow me.
That biometrics.
So it seems.
Sorry.
This way.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, much more so than any fairy tale I know.
This place is way too technologically advanced.
I'll get some footage.
I'll try to run to the restroom real quick. Oh god.
Cassius, it's me, Fiore.
Come in.
Alright, I'll be right back.
So this kid is...
Despite his misleading appearance, he's the most talented scholar we've ever had.
Welcome to the Institute. I'm Cassius, one of the researchers here. Bringing visitors along is indeed a rare occurrence for you, Fiore.
That's because I'd like your opinion on this girl's signets, since they're not the type you'd find every day.
Signets? On a child who, if anything, is even younger than myself?
That's my first question. Who in their right mind would dare imbue signets on such a small child?
I cannot pretend to know the answer, but I can unequivocally declare that it is no one related to this institute. Not even I have had a signet imbued upon my flesh.
But that's not the only issue. First off, she's much too young to be getting signets imbued on her.
This place advanced
Secondly,
enough
you
There's a
almost never
distinct
see hers.
possibility that some of
The
their
only time
knowledge
anyone
surpasses
has
our
observed them
sense
is when she uses them.
for you. Interesting.
Thirdly, she can't, by all accounts, control her signaturgy. Even so, we know she can at least activate it. And now for the finale. I've never seen anything remotely resembling either her signet's forms or functions. So, what do you think?
Do you happen to know what any of the signets look like?
Yes, just a second.
You've got me. I can't say I've seen anything that resembles this illustration either.
Ugh, what a shame. I thought that you, of all people, might have some insight on it.
By the way, I don't picture you as the type to go around helping others, Fiore.
At first, I was merely along for the ride. But now, I've taken an interest in her and her signets myself.
I'll do what I can, such as looking for any precedent. Meanwhile, why not venture to the Ancient Institute and search amidst the troves of archaic documents there?
Perhaps the mysterious Signets of Ages Past can offer us a glimpse into the solution.
If one of us learns anything, keep the other one apprised.
So I'll be doing a bit of grinding here. Like I mentioned before, it's not for experience points, it's for SP, basically. So I can try and max out Berserker as early as possible and get Dead Man Walking later on. Berserker increases your attack power by a very considerable amount, and will end up hitting for completely ridiculous numbers by the end of the game, if I'm able to actually get it up high enough. And then we need Dead Man Walking because that's still... The way it works is you don't take any damage from any outside source other than Dead Man Walking itself, and having the skill equipped drains your HP. So you can survive like basically anything, but you have to be very conscious of how much HP you have.
Cook, I hear. Treasure that skill.
You at least cook sometimes, don't you, Emerson?
Well, no. I mean, the cook always makes my food, so...
Cooking for yourself is one of the ways to get used to it, you know. Why not ask them to teach you?
Yeah. I'm gonna fight basically everything here. I didn't fight that first group because those things suck.
Not bad for a guy with...
Knowledge is...
But for the most part, I'm gonna fight everything else I see. As I mentioned before, experience points aren't like a huge deal. It's nice to get levels and stuff. This definitely makes everything like safer, having more health and whatnot. Which is why I'll keep Relia dead. There's not a whole lot of reason to keep her alive for any reason. I'm not gonna have enough for this battle. Probably should have menued. I thought about it and I was like, I'll do it after this battle. Oh, I was like, I know I needed to do something else. I zoned out for a second there. Okay.
Not bad for a guy with a few years.
Alright, that was the slowest of menuing there. Actually, you know what? I should have fought those parrytons. I don't know why I didn't. Forgot I still need a parryton dropping. So those birds I skipped, I probably should have fought. Alright, so you might notice maybe throughout the course of my running this, I'll always be running Anne in the direction of my next destination for basically the first half of this game. Even though it just switches back over to Fidel. Because Anne is sometimes so far behind the group, because she's like our last, like the last in line in this like train of people we have here, it can actually get kind of annoying. And that you don't actually initially gain control of her quick enough, and you'll get hit with Fidel, which, if you get hit, you lose your some of your SP bonus and some other bonuses. But the biggest, most detrimental one is
at least one scientist
the SP bonus.
in the laboratory when the only people I've seen are guards.
In terms of research, it's been abandoned for a long time. It's nothing but a gigantic archive now.
That seems like such a waste.
I have some materials stored in a room here. Let me show you.
Hold on a sec. If this institute and the royal one are alike, does that mean?
I'd say you hit the nail on the head.
Alright, so here's where I have to line up Fidel a specific way. I can never remember where it is. Like right around...
While I examine some stuff,
here?
You guys can...
Relia!
Yeah, that's close enough.
Relia, what's wrong?
Fidel will always walk to where he's standing right now at the beginning of this cutscene, so because he walks super slow,
are you alright?
and we're given so much free time to line ourselves up initially,
Relia.
I try to make sure I'm standing on this
I'm okay.
little section here.
It hurts, but I'm strong.
And so that is the last of the times you have to actually line Fidel up for any reason.
It kind of feels like home to me.
I still need to try and be moving around
Do you remember anything else
in those cutscenes
about your father or
for now, but I don't have to worry about where I'm standing.
Sand. Sand? I came in from outside. Then I got yelled at. I didn't wipe my feet.
Well, any scientist considers dirt and dust the nemesis of experiments. Maybe her parents are researchers.
So we have a lab and some sand.
Speaking of sand, isn't Treykur a desert nation? I remember hearing rumors about a possible laboratory there.
What? I've never heard of Treykur having any laboratories.
But your country doesn't have diplomatic relations with Treykur, so it's possible.
Don't conflate academics with politics. There's no way I wouldn't catch wind of it.
What if it weren't an academic facility, but actually a classified one that the military uses to carry out government-sanctioned experiments?
I admit there is a non-zero probability you're right.
Treykur, huh? But since we're at war with them, could we even enter the country?
What if we ask Victor to help? Do you think he'd mind?
I wonder if he would.
I want to know more about...
Alright, so I got a menu here. I'm gonna take Brawler to level 5, which unlocks Berserker.
Now, let's go back
We'll have level 1 Berserker.
Victor. We can play it by ear from there.
Brawler. Apparently I don't have enough SP. It's very unfortunate. I definitely should have fought those Perrytons. So I skipped battle. I probably should have fought. Means I'm just gonna fight everything. Don't have enough for Berserker. I'm literally 5 short. I'll probably just treat this run as if I'd gotten 200% instead of 300%. So that's what it really seems like. Hacker.
Still have much further.
I guess all that fighting was worth it.
So I want to get Berserker at least to level 6 by the end of the game. It caps out at 7. But 6 is almost overkill in a way. Having a ton of levels earlier on is more beneficial than having a ton of levels later on. So I just get what I really need early, and then let the rest of it come kind of naturally, I guess. My menuing's pretty bad today. I didn't see if I got any parries and droppings. I mean, I'll fight everything anyways, because like one battle short, basically. No parries and droppings.
I feel stronger now.
Not bad for a guy with a few years on him.
Relia? Is there, anything with which you need help?
I'm watching.
What?
Oh, I'm watching you.
Someone help me.
Anne has a way with children.
Whoops.
Alright, I'm gonna restock some stuff and also buy some enhancement cards.
Sorry.
Basically restock everything. Hopefully I have enough money. I have to buy as many presages as I normally would, so... Oh, good. We have tons of money. Okay. I'm gonna fight, since like I said, I think I'm like one battle off. I'm gonna fight 2 encounters here. And then I'll menu.
Look who I found.
This one I didn't actually mean to get into, but it's fine. These guys don't give a whole lot of SP. Yeah, definitely not worth the effort. This one I actually will fight. Oh dang. I was actually hoping they would be grouped up, but some moved out of the way. Alright. Surfer level 1. So some of the things we equip on people are so that we can gain levels on those skills. Defender, like I just put Defender on Mickey, which is useful because it adds chances to actually do more actions, basically. It also causes her to, like, not prioritize or even try to do any attacking whatsoever. She would sooner just guard, which is sometimes helpful, instead of like attacking. And when she attacks, she'll run towards enemies, and like it's just bad all around. But we also want as many levels in that as we can, because the bonus it provides is pretty good. So there are certain abilities like that, for example, and then later on I'll get Necromancer. I literally have no idea what to do about poison. I've never been poisoned before. I didn't know that was a thing that could happen. Giant bird feather. How do you even cure poison?
Still room for improvement.
Still no Parrington droppings. Wait, did those guys even have? I don't even remember. There's 2 more chances for me to get, I think, Parrington dropping. It's not imperative, but that's the other item I look out for. It's nice to get, but it's not one. It probably sounds like I'm placing a lot of importance on it. It's really not that all that important at all. The wind gem I got is fairly important. Nope, I didn't see my SP. Let's go right, so left. For some reason. It loops around, so if I went to the left, it would have been less button presses. But I'm an idiot. Finally, okay. So I got a parry syndrome. And I got a wind crystal. I don't remember if I needed anything else.
What's got you down, Fiore?
I have a terrible craving for my country's tea and sweets. I'm so homesick.
The heck, Fiore? We like literally just left your town, like not even 2 minutes ago. some reason I feel like I'm going the wrong way, because I don't remember walking through here. It's probably because you don't really do anything while you're here. So when we enter the capital,
I still have some pets, you know. I remember their names were Spot and Mimi. They were cats, right? Lizards. Lizards? At first I had two, but one day I forgot to close their cage and one of them ran for it. And you never heard from it again?
Anne loves cats. Her side quests with cats are hilarious. I'm gonna try and avoid these guys, because they're kind of a hassle. Even though it would have been quicker to go left side. Alright, so in the town here, for whatever reason, you can't actually access any of the shops or the quest board until after you do the cutscene here. So I'm gonna go over here and do this like little cutscene thing, and then I'll do all my other stuff. Also, for some reason, the game lags really bad in here.
The whole town's on edge.
What could have happened here?
You could cut the tension here with a knife. Should we just turn around?
We don't have any other leads, so...
Alright.
Are you recruits? No, we're not. We're here to see Lieutenant Oakville, the leader of the 3rd Ranger Unit. Could you please tell him Fidel's here?
I don't know how you know him, but he's busy. Scram!
My name is Fiore Gregory, and I am an emissary from the Royal Institute of Signatory Studies in Languedoc, come to aid your country as per your king's request. Are we still not allowed an audience?
Oh, well,
By the way, this man is the progeny of Darryl, your military advisor.
Don't bring my dad into...
Use what's at your disposal. I understand that bandying about your connections can be embarrassing, but choosing pride over duty shows that you're still a kid. Grow up and learn to live.
Truer words.
You heard the lady.
Ouch. That one's got us smart.
We're extremely sorry, but Lieutenant Oakville is currently...
Lady Brunelli and Fidel's troop. What brings you here?
Mr. Oakville!
Who are they?
I'm Emerson. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Anne.
The two of them not only saved us from a sticky situation, they're also helping Relia get her memory back.
My name is Victor Oakville. I'm employed in the service of Fidel's father.
We came because we need to ask you something.
We want to talk because we need help crossing the border into Tricur. You see, it's essential that Relia goes there. She recalled one memory earlier, but...
Excuse me. So I'm gonna turn in 4 quests here, 5 quests?
That's impossible. As Sortaview's fallen, and there's more. Enemy forces...
Some of them provide some useful equipment that I'll never use.
If that's how it is, I'll help. I was dispatched from Languedoc to assist in the war effort, but I've...
Some of it, experience points, SP, money.
I'm the one who put Fiore on that path, though. If she gets to help out, and so do I.
We'll do what we can to ensure victory as well.
Good to hear. I'd be happy to accept your offer.
At this point, like if it was only one quest or something like the one I did earlier in the game, I wouldn't actually like bother with it. But at this point, it's enough of them that I feel like it's worth it. Also, the anti-stun amulet here is kind of nice to give. Forgot her name.
Still room for improvement.
Like I said, it's 355 SP, which is nice. Oops, I don't know why I wouldn't have that menu there. The anti-stun amulet's nice to have on Mickey later on. That's not a shot. I'm gonna buy some armor for Fidel, just so I can actually stay alive. That's the last time we'll buy armor for Fidel for an insanely long time.
Whoops.
So There's a huge section of the game we're going to be playing as just Fidel instead of Anne, because Anne's not available. We used to pick up a sword there for Fidel, but found a different strategy for one of the battles that works way better and doesn't really matter what Fidel's wearing in the battle now at all. So I probably could drop the plate armor, but you really don't get a lot of armor for Fidel until I think the final dungeon.
Here while I make preparations. In the meantime, those provisions are part of the King's Chosen's exclusive stores. If you care to live through this battle, I suggest you take them.
We circled this room in a very specific way. It initiates all the conversations.
Waltzing right up to the capital.
Sir, I request the addition of an independent section. One composed of the Langdoccan signatures
So,
and her guards,
what
sir.
do you want to do?
Don't you think getting involved in their war is anything?
Enemy troops incoming from the west. They're 5,000 strong and led by Dersul.
You just have to initiate all the conversations, basically. And it initiates this sequence. So I walk into and then out of the area for all of them.
They're finally here. Let's show them what Rasuli is.
Alright, you gotta be really careful here because there's actually two separate barriers in here. And if you're too far forward, then Victor never says,
No wandering off, Relia.
maybe we meet on the battlefield, whatever.
Okay.
You kind of have to back up a bit and make sure that you actually get there. Also, this battle here that we're about to fight is incredibly dangerous. And completely just RNG as to whether or not you survive. So I'm going to try my best to focus on it.
I'll pick him up, but I'll need cover.
Oh god. Okay, good. I got worried since Anne got knocked down, but should be okay. Alright. We actually got really lucky there. We can skip this cutscene here for some reason. Yeah, that battle, if one of them escapes and runs back and starts attacking Nikki, then lots of bad things can happen.
Is this all snow?
But they all stood in place, so I managed to hit all 5 of them with Hammer of Might, which also kept him stunned. Since one of the properties of Hammer of Might is it has a chance to stun.
One of Relia's signets did this.
And
This is nothing like what happened before.
so that turned out actually to be incredibly easy.
Very well be true.
But that was all our RNG.
Are we?
No need to worry about that. We're in the northern territory of Soma.
How do you know that?
I grew up around here.
This does indeed seem to be Soma.
If this really is Soma, then Rasulia should be directly to the south.
Then, let's start making our way south.
We're gonna do a menu here when I get to a point where I can. You can avoid this cutscene here by just hugging the right side. Alright, and then when we get over here, I'll bring up my menu. Lurker. Lurker. We're very good on SB. Brawler, Shooter, here. Let's go.
I've seen that before.
Actually, for the most part,
I've seen mountains like this
on route for
ones with the snow on top of them. You
having the right amount of SP.
These are the Ahid Mountains. They should extend all the way to the northern
I
border.
shouldn't have to fight anything extra. I might fight one extra battle,
And let's traverse the tops a bit to get there.
but I shouldn't. I shouldn't really need to.
Blanketed in snow. It'll be near impossible to find the trail.
But with the war, crossing over from Rasulia will be even more difficult, right?
With you here, Victor, we should be able to find the trail without any issues.
No, we shouldn't. I've never had any occasion to go to Trekur before.
Then I guess it's out of the question.
Wait a minute. I know what route to take.
How would you know that?
By using my own form of signaturgy?
Signaturgy? Preposterous! There can't be any signaturgy that allows one to discover unknown routes because...
He meant it as a figure of speech. I apologize for any misconceptions he caused by using that word.
Anne and I can find how to get there, trust me.
Just who are the two of you, anyway?
First, you have the same weapon as the enemy. And now you make this outrageous statement?
Come to think of it, they just appeared out of the blue.
And why did you try to give Relia to the enemy against our wishes?
If you're so knowledgeable about signets, Anne, how come no one at the Institute knows you?
And we could go on.
Everyone, please, take a step back. Emerson, I can't help but be skeptical of you as well. You guys are definitely harboring some secrets. And you feel that you can't share them with us. There's no doubting that. However, you put your life on the line to fight for us. And you've saved Relia more than once. Furthermore, you broke some law in order to help us, even though Anne tried to stop you at first.
So you overheard us then?
I'm sure it was imperative you adhere to it. But you decided that protecting Relia was even more important. And I have a hunch you'll do it again if need be.
Alright.
It's almost as if you can see right through us.
So if I
I've made my
have
decision and I
Daphne
believe in you.
coming up here,
Everyone, we're crossing the mountains into
the idea behind this battle is to kill him initially, like instantly. But sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. And even though you basically reduce him down to no HP, there's still a certain amount of like battle that is scripted. And
If Santarol were attacked, I would want to return as well.
it's kind of a weird battle.
Thank you for coming with us as far as you did.
Thank you, Mr. Soldier.
I said some rather harsh things to you back there, but...
Don't sweat.
I guess actually right there where the lines, like the two people are talking at the same time.
Of course I will.
It's a good example of
Mr. Soldier?
walking to prevent Fidel from performing certain emotes actually causes him to say his lines earlier than he's supposed to. Oh god, I'm probably gonna get into this encounter. With the Ice Age guys? Nope.
So, it's about time you showed up.
Sure did everything.
I'd be much more excited if it had been a lady waiting for us.
I don't think I need to tell you why I'm here, you damned worms.
We're not giving you Relia.
Do I have to explain to you idiots again that it's pointless to resist?
The half-wit with the potty mouth is making another empty threat. I'm so scared.
You waste of Federation space! You'll pay for that remark! Forstny, wipe these filthy chimps out! Hey, what's going on up there, Forstny? Forstny!
Forstny here. 3 Federation ships have entered this sector. They have their shields enabled and are preparing to engage. We cannot offer any support at the moment.
Wait, what was that?
I have bad news, sir. We've detected transport signals emanating from the enemy starships.
Impossible!
How the tables have turned.
Alright.
You damned cheaters!
Who violated...
Gotta pay a whole lot of attention here.
Oh, that's right. You.
You unbearable little... Relia belongs to us! Give her up!
Oh, sick, we did it. Okay, so there's another thing I have to kind of keep in mind as I'm playing this. I have to unlock a move called Eccentric, and in order to unlock Eccentric, You have to deal over 30k damage in a single blow. And there's 4 battles, basically, that you're given the opportunity to do that in. And this is the first one of those 4 battles. So I don't have to worry about Eccentric for the rest of the game.
Unfreaking believable!
Run, Relia!
Miki, look out! Die, you pest!
Since it's a little random whether or not her last hit will actually hit a lot of different bosses, and whether or not it'll actually deal enough damage, it's good to learn it early on just because I don't have to worry about it, and I can focus more on the battles rather than trying to focus on making sure I deal at least 30k damage. We can skip this cutscene forward.
Take her by stretcher to sickbay.
Miki.
To sickbay.
I don't know if I actually need to heal or not. Probably needs a little bit of time there. Is that?
Deck 12. Sickbay.
I have to grab an item that's like opposite side of that on my way back through there. It was slower or faster to heal there. Or whether or not I even needed to heal.
I'll take it from here.
We're counting on you.
Also, because I did manage to learn Eccentric early on, I can use it to my advantage in one of the later encounters.
How's Miki?
Her vital signs have stabilized, so she'll be fine. She'll be back to her old self in a few days.
Thanks so much.
I'm not split with Padme. No.
And to
After
the
we save like 5 minutes.
Miki's condition has now stabilized.
That is great news. Now you can invite everyone else up here.
Understood, Emerson.
You can call me Captain now. But Emerson's not half bad.
How could I make such a mistake? I'm terribly sorry.
The old strategy for that fight, you just like fought him normally,
I'll take you there.
and you used Fidel's Reserve Rush on our next boss instead. But don't really need it for the next boss. It was more like it was done on the next boss for safety.
Well then, so where should we start?
We'll answer anything we are allowed to.
So I mean, it's like use it more over here, use it over there. You're much more likely to die on Padme than you are. I mean,
We often refer to it as a
I don't want to say that. You're likely to die on both of them.
Who knew there were such advanced
So-
civilizations outside the Vestilian continent? You're not from Hadamal then, are you?
No, we're not. How do I put this? We come from a place that none of you've ever heard of.
I see. Discoveries truly do await us in every corner. Maybe he was right when he told me that fieldwork is of the utmost import. This is Maria to speak.
Indeed.
Your civilization is so much more advanced than ours in Santarol. I'm kind of shocked, but I have to say it's also an honor to be the only one at the Institute to experience this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our humble Charles D. Gold.
It can't be. Is this a map?
Smart, stylish, and intuitive. You are a triple threat. This was our location before we were transported here.
Alright, there's very few cutscenes where it matters if Fidel's actually moving or not.
We think this is where Little Miss Starlight came from.
Where I came from?
Since he doesn't really do anything for the rest of the game.
The continent's arid region from which the snowy Aheeds are visible. I'd say it's most probable that she's from this one.
There's no electromagnetic response from anywhere in it, though.
The facility could very well be cloaked.
I suppose. If that's true, then we've no choice but to investigate it ourselves.
And Miki?
You can trust that our medical technology will safely revive her.
All right, I will.
Delacroix, prepare to transfer.
Aye, aye.
Anne, take us to the transport room.
Yes, sir.
And we're off.
Section. What? This next section is very nerve-wracking.
The transporter on deck 2.
You've gotten better at making the right decision, I see.
You call violating the UP3 the right decision?
Sometimes the rules are worth breaking.
I still don't fully comprehend why. But somehow, I knew that was the only choice I could make.
Your understanding of it needn't be complete. As long as you know what it means to hold people's lives in your hands.
Please follow me.
Alright, we're gonna not follow her and go buy some equipment.
Sorry.
Ceramic sword, right. Here. Yeah.
Hey, this is the room we started out in.
Everyone, please step onto this platform.
Oops, I want to be seeing here.
Begin transport.
Yes, sir.
There's one other thing I gotta do.
We're in...
Is this the place we saw on that map of yours earlier?
Certainly looks like Tracur to me.
The coordinates match, so this is indeed the same place as on the map.
But the real issue here is whether or not it has any relation to Relia.
Let's hope it does for our sake.
So we no longer have our healer in the group.
Respect every grain of sand in this desert.
So I'm gonna make Fiore our healer.
So, what are we looking for?
It's difficult to explain,
Eventually.
but please inform us if anything about this vicinity seems off to you.
Well, I guess we'll do what we can.
I'll help, too.
Could you elaborate on seems off?
Like if something were to impede your physical progress, even though nothing appears to be in your way.
Yeah, I still don't get
No
it.
yawning allowed.
Could this be what... Hey, Anne!
There's no doubting that this is it.
Yes.
You're the best, Fidel.
What?
It shouldn't take long to neutralize its...
Y'all didn't do anything.
It looks like the facility itself is buried underground. And this is the entrance to the place.
I'll unlock it.
Ah, I'm all slouched over.
After Little Miss Starlight.
That's probably why I'm yawning. I've ran this game too many times.
Relia, you can't do that. You're gonna make us worry if you go off on your own.
I was here. I used to live here.
Jackpot.
Okay. One of the rooms in this facility should be hers. I can't help.
There's a bunch of like bombs that
Could it be? Could it be what?
one of the Japanese runners picked up in this area for some reason, and they never used them. I don't know if they're actually very helpful, but I never found a real good use for them. Might have done so out of safety, or like the crab boss or something. Alright, so since we aren't going to actually be able to use Anne for a while,
In the ever-loving world where those Kronos
I'm actually going to set up
here anyway.
Fidel.
Signets, maybe?
And
We shouldn't jump to conclusions before we even start to look.
to kind of act as stand-in until we actually have control of Anne. But unfortunately, that's for like the next 2 hours. We're stuck using Fidel. He can deal some pretty decent damage, but Anne's damage output is like 1,000,000 times better. Move a little bit. Healer. Circuit. Overseer. Wait.
Relia!
Alright. I need to line myself up in a way for this battle.
My toys. My sister.
So that I can target the correct enemy right off.
This is
An observation room. And judging by the toys, I'd say one used to specifically monitor children.
Battle's really rough, so I'm gonna
maybe we can
put all my focus into it.
Still works.
Let me try.
I wonder, why isn't there a single person? Wait a second. It's a trap. Get ready. We got company. Fidel, keep really safe. You got it. And the only and look into that while you're distracted.
Hello? Why? Something's eating my inputs.
Captain!
You find anything?
The building's gonna detonate after a silent countdown.
So they can dispose of both the evidence and the opposition. Not bad.
Their encryption's top.
Something was eating my inputs. I'm gonna assume
the data?
I retrieved it.
something's tampering with my wireless connection here.
The security robots must be here to ensure we don't get out in time.
That battle went mostly okay.
They're jamming our signal.
I guess we'll have to leave on our own 2 feet.
Countdown in
The idea is you take out the one in the middle, since that's probably the worst one. And then, oh man. Oh god. Oh god. I probably should have just hugged the right side, really. Okay. Oh, I forgot to split again. Yeah. Sure, we're still way ahead. Definitely don't want to go in that room. This next room here is probably the worst one.
Exits up ahead.
Keep running, even after we're out.
I've actually game overed in that room before.
Come in, Charles de Gaulle. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. This is the Charles de Gaulle.
Transport the 5 of us out of here before this explosion does it for us.
Right away, sir.
Ever gotten that far out? Okay, there's a whole lot of cutscenes here. I'm gonna go like wander around everywhere. Once we get in my cutscene mode. Actually, I'm probably
I'm so glad everyone's
turn my T.
On the other hand, all our leads have gone up in flames.
They're burnt all black and stuff.
What sort of research was going on at that facility anyway? Kronos?
That's their name. It's a long story. So let me tell it while we're en route to sickbay.
There's a shorter cutscene here, then you have to hit circle, and then there's an 8-minute cutscene after that. And during the 8-minute cutscene, I'm gonna go and wander around, stretch my legs.
We're with an organization called the Pan-Galactic
Think about life.
Federation and come from far away in the sky.
If we hadn't already experienced what we have with you, I'd say you're telling the biggest whopper ever.
When you look up at the sky, you can see a lot of lights, right? Well, we're from one of those astral lights, as is Kronos, albeit a different one. To people far, far away, your home is also an astral light.
And we have termed your particular orb of light Fate Creed 4.
The Pan-Galactic Federation and Kronos signed a charter that forbids either party from entering the other's territory or the neutral zone between them.
And they broke it.
We obtained information stating that Kronos was clandestinely operating on Fate Creed 4.
And when we came to investigate, well, you know.
I understand that you guys and Kronos are enemies, but you mind explaining what all this has to do with Relia?
Little Miss Starlight was living in that laboratory of theirs.
Relia is most likely a living test subject for some of Kronos' experiments.
And?
Sorry. That was uncalled for.
A test subject?
All for the sake of creating signets.
This is now far beyond the realm of simply trying to reunite a young runaway girl with
As you can probably tell, it's a very long time till my next split. There are a lot of cutscenes here. It's like 30 minutes worth of just like stuff like this, with short walks in between them.
This is all my fault. Sorry.
After this one, though, once I hit circle,
You don't say
it's
sorry.
you get an 8-minute break.
Julia. You say thank you. Oh, thank you, Mickey. You're very welcome.
You're okay.
You're here, Fiddly.
Emerson and Anne are the ones who saved you. If they hadn't been around, we wouldn't have been able to do anything for you.
That's what I heard from the people here. Thank you so very much.
Don't thank us. It's our fault in the first place. I have something I need to say. We want Relia to stay in our custody.
What? Where'd you get that crazy idea?
She's being chased by an organization called Kronos. As for who they are and how they relate to us, ask Fidel. He knows already.
How does any of that matter in the least?
You've seen firsthand how persistent those reprobates can be. Relia is so significant to them that they're willing to go through all of this for her. And now that they've failed multiple times,
It's the best song in this
taking
game.
even more drastic measures.
Got the name of the song from Star Ocean 3.
But still.
Because everything in this game is borrowed
Possesses
from a different
nearly
Star
the same
Ocean.
level of technology that we do. As long as they think the ends justify the means, you won't be able to stop them from taking her. We, however, can. Furthermore, your country will no longer be attacked if we have her.
I want to stay here. Relia?
Promise you'll take care of her?
With all my heart.
Then I leave her in your charge.
Alright, let's try to mash circle.
Let's get you home.
go back in a bit.
We're very grateful to have met the both of you.
We owe you a debt of gratitude.
Just wait until my technological discoveries surpass even yours.
Please see that no harm comes to Relia.
We will. You take care down there.
All the best.
Relia, you take care of yourself. Miki.
Grab happiness by the horn.
Fidel. Bye-bye, Relia. So long. Toodaloo. Miki. Fidel.
Relia, I'm very sorry, but you're not allowed to be here.
Captain, our sensors have detected abnormal energy disturbances. The possibility that they're caused by mechanical activity, as opposed to a natural phenomenon, is 87.32%.
What do you make of it?
My guess is Chrono's cloaking technology.
Use impulse engines to change our trajectory. Enable our shields as well. We're going on red alert.
Engine output reduced by half. Modifying course.
Now raising shields to 80% Omni. We're currently at 30%, sir.
Everyone assume battle stations. Tactical display on screen. Enemy starboard. Engines to full power. Raise shields to 100%.
Starboard side hit. Shields operating at 97%.
Loading of enemy torpedoes confirmed.
Anne, any info on the torpedoes?
Nothing at the moment.
Change course to 90 Mark 45. Going to their port side.
Current speed at 0.87. We're approximately 3 minutes from Fay Creek 5.
The enemy has launched 8 torpedoes our way, all proceeding at course 360.
Another 8 torpedoes incoming. Following course 50, Mark 270.
Employing Hadean tactics, I see. Looks like someone in Kronos knows his way around a Starfleet battle.
Enemy phase cannon fire has been detected.
Phase cannon beam impact 135 degrees to starboard. Shields now at 94%.
Oh, crap. All right, we're gonna have to let a couple of torpedoes through. I guess all we can do is pray theirs don't pack too much of a punch. Load 4 photon torpedoes. Set the first to slow, put it on a course for the flagship's 8 torpedoes. Set the second one for slow as well and aim it at the second round of torpedoes.
Prepped and ready.
Great. Fire rounds 1 and 2.
Firing rounds 1 and 2. 5 seconds until contact. 3, 2, 1, 0. 10 enemy torpedoes still remain.
There shouldn't be anywhere near that many. Huh. Who knew their AI was that good?
5 seconds until contact. 3, 2,
Everyone,
1.
brace for impact. Damage report.
We sustained damage from 2 torpedoes. Shields reduced to 57%.
Warp drive is operational.
All that damage from 2 measly torpedoes?
Yakagi evaded all torpedoes.
The Nimitz took 1 hit that reduced its shields to 34%. Its warp drive has sustained heavy damage. Now only its impulse engines remain operable.
Even if they're top of the line, our ships are still mainly research vessels. They don't stand a snowball's chance in hell against 3 battlecruisers.
Transmission from their flagship.
Before we open communication, shut down our warp drive.
Captain, you can't be serious.
Do it now.
Aye, aye, sir. Initiating emergency warp drive shutdown. Shields at 5%.
Okay, now bring them up on screen.
This is Captain Aaron of the Kronos Interstellar Army ship Darivolos.
Emerson T. Kenny, captain of the Federation vessel Charles de Gaulle.
Kenny, you say? Well, well, what an honor it is to meet a gentleman as influential as you. A shame I can't see your face with all that egg of defeat smeared on it.
Thanks for the concern.
I believe you know what we came here for.
She's yours.
Captain!
But in return, I'd like a favor.
What's that?
The warp drives of this and another of our ships took a great deal of damage. Enough to render interstellar navigation impossible. I ask you to please let us leave this sector on the one ship with a fully functional warp drive.
Run a scan.
The warp drives for their first and third ships are indeed down.
I'll permit the other ship's crews to go. I regret to inform you, however, that yours will have to stay behind.
That's fine with me, but how should we handle the exchange?
Your crew will transport
We're
over to
halfway
my
there.
ship, starting with you.
Then we'll start moving within transport range of your
It's
vessel.
nice to get
We shall do the moving. All you need to do is lower your
little break,
shields and wait until we are in range.
mill things.
Don't pull anything funny in the meantime.
How far away is the enemy?
We are approximately 0.34 AU away from the Daravolos, sir.
That's 10 minutes at quarter speed, or 5 at half.
I think there's still like 2 more minutes.
The crew of the Nimitz is to board the Akagi at once, using any means necessary.
Yes, sir.
Once everyone's boarded, the Akagi is to warp out as soon as possible and head for remote Station 5.
What of the Charles D. Gould's crew?
We'll use escape pods and land on Faycrete 5. Send someone later to pick us up.
The Daravolos and the rest of its fleet have begun moving toward our vessel at quarter speed, Captain.
10 minutes, 47 seconds until they're within range.
Open a comm link to the whole ship.
Will do, sir. You're on.
Attention, all crew members. You will now begin boarding the nearest escape pod and prepare to abandon ship. Do not eject, however, until I give the command. That is all.
Captain, you wouldn't be...
Took you long
How's
enough.
it going, everybody?
You should have realized his intention when he cut power to the warp drive.
This is our only option. Will you help? Everyone but Anne and Delacroix board an escape pod. Computer, bring up the self-destruct sequence settings.
Access to the self-destruct sequence requires the authorization of at least 3 Federation officers. In addition...
Nix the briefing. Emerson T. Kenny of the Pan-Galactic Federation. Rank, Captain.
Authorized.
Tiffin Delacroix of the Pan-Galactic Federation. Rank Lieutenant Commander.
Authorized.
So let me get this straight. In addition to violating the Underdeveloped Planet Preservation Pact, we're going to add another federal offense to our rap sheets?
It's our only choice.
Anne Patriciani
Alright.
of the Pan-Galactic Federation. Rank?
Almost there.
Lieutenant.
Identities confirmed. Access to self-destruct sequence settings granted.
I want a 12-minute silent countdown for a warp drive overload sequence. The sequence code is Alpha, Tango, Quebec, Zulu, 4915. Direct the blast this way.
Settings applied. Command required.
Emerson is so fast at typing.
Code needed to disarm.
Start.
Okay. Almost time.
Delacroix, get to an escape pod. Anne, get little Miss Starlight and come with me.
Yes, sir.
Finally get to play the game again.
They're all yours now.
May the goddess of victory smile upon us.
I wish we could play the rest of the game with these outfits. I mean, she's got the, like, she's got her weapons on her. I guess those are fragmenters, maybe?
Deck 1, cargo bay. First, synchronize the launch of the escape pods so it occurs right before we transport. Make sure one shuttle launches along with them too. I'll also need you to set the launch angle of both the pods and the shuttle to 180 degrees from the Chronos fleet.
Will do.
Next, have it look like we and Relia will transport to the Daravolos, but actually transport us to the shuttle.
Transport us to a fast-moving object? Impossible.
Have the shuttle brake right before we transport, so it slows down enough to stabilize its coordinates. We should still be able to escape as long as we accelerate afterwards.
That's theoretically possible, but...
With your programming skills, Anne, I know you're able to turn theory into reality. You're the only one who can make this work.
Oh god, that's hot.
I'll try my best to get us through this. Somehow.
You're not gonna try. You're gonna do. If the shuttle's too fast, we'll materialize in outer space. But if we slow it down too much, we'll get caught in the blast and completely disintegrate along with the enemy ships.
For the love of... Just how many miracles do we need here?
None. Not a single one of these obstacles is too much for us to overcome by
Alright,
ourselves.
those are some powerful words right there. People talk about things being
Leave
miracles,
everything to me, kiddo.
but really it comes down to your own ability.
Yes, exactly like Fidel did.
You're always far more capable of performing things than you really think you are.
I knew you'd be done in no time.
Thanks for the compliment, sir.
Now, let's hurry to the transport room.
Alright, I finally get to play the game again. Oh, just kidding.
Deck 2, transport room. Kenny to the Akagi.
Yes?
How are things coming?
Done in 6 minutes.
Do it in 4 or you'll be cosmic dust.
I'll make sure they do, sir.
I won't be able to give any further commands. So figure out the timing and warp out at your own discretion.
My kitty cat is awake.
Time to show us what you're made of and reprogram the transporter, Anne.
What are you doing,
Have
Claire?
display coordinates that are in the Daravolos.
Meow.
Set the real ones to inside the shuttle.
I know what to do.
Look how slow Anne is. Really is so fast. Oh, I don't have to play the game
We have
again.
an incoming transmission from the Darivolos.
Bring it on.
Have you yet to finish your preparations, Captain Kenny? Our ship is now within the established 30,000-click secure transport radius. You may begin transport now.
I know. Sadly, we don't have sufficient energy to do that. I request permission to engage warp drive.
Fine, but don't even think of raising your shields.
We won't.
Your warp drive is on, and your transport coordinates are indeed correct. Now send us our test subject.
We'll be right over in a mere 20 seconds.
Captain Aaron, we've determined that escape pods are launching from the Charles D. Gaulle.
You what? What in the hell is going
8,
on?
7.
What are you filthy
6,
swine perpetrating?
5.
Answer me, Kenny! What
4,
have you done?
3.
He's not standing on one of the pads.
1.
Please forgive me, General!
Oh man. Did I play the game? I almost forgot I was supposed to skip that cutscene. It's like, wait a second, I think I can skip one. There's so few and far between. I really want to drink this tea.
Just so you know, the shuttle has now officially been
Oh
closed.
my god, this is like a
Thanks for the
movie.
update. Kenny to the Akagi. Do you read me?
I do, loud and clear.
I'm glad you guys are okay.
Our sentiments exactly, Captain. I'm also pleased to report we're safely on our way to Remote Station 5.
Remote Station 5.
We lack adequate power for subspace transmissions, and we're about to lose our signal.
Oh my god, that's
Let me
hot.
say one thing first. We've already filed a request with the aforementioned base to mobilize a rescue squad. They're scheduled to arrive in a few days.
While you're at it, put in a request for you-know-what.
You don't mean the Model G, do you?
Model G.
That's ludicrous. They'll never approve that. It hasn't undergone a single test flight.
Make the request.
I suppose it can't hurt to ask. Oh, and there's something of the utmost import I need to discuss.
We lost them. I don't understand why you wouldn't say the most important thing first if you're about to go out of range.
I think he would have if you hadn't made that demand.
Well, there's no use thinking about what might have been. We should probably lay low somewhere until the rescue team from Remote Station 5 comes.
Yes, sir.
Oh no, Relia!
It can't be. She's transporting. How could I be so careless as to overlook the transport tracker? What an elementary mistake.
One of the 3 ships apparently got their shields up in time, I see.
Unlike the Darivolos, the other 2 ships might have already had them up in case of an emergency. Even if we weren't on the bridge, I should have looked over the data more thoroughly. Still, they should have sustained a decent amount of damage from the overload. I doubt they'll be able to warp out of this sector anytime soon.
Maybe so. But we can't do anything without our own ship.
Alright, it's time to play the game again. We even got our whole party. Eventually. Alright, here we go. Oh.
You say those gleaming sticks came from this so-called Kronos. I find this quite difficult to believe.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Well then.
How's the front line?
The troops with the gleaming sticks supposedly vanished right after weeding. Once the Tricurans were deprived of their secret weapon, they were no longer a match for our military strength.
So you held them off?
We did, and now a plan is in motion to invade Eastern Tricur. If it goes well, they will be forced to retreat from our border. Speaking of Eastern Tricur, I was just about to head there.
Allow me to take part in the invasion with you.
Take part?
I assume they would want me to come along as a reinforcement anyway.
Rasuli is our homeland, and Fiori's a good friend. So I have more than enough reasons to fight too.
Victor's not our friend, though.
Very well, then. I doubt anyone will oppose the addition of reserves. I'll let my superiors know.
Thank you.
The faster we can join everyone, the better. Therefore, let's make for Eastern Tricur post-haste. I'll give you the details on the way.
Okay. Ah. Yeah, I have to do a whole bunch of menuing and stuff here in a minute.
Our strategy for this battle requires us to split our army in 2. Master Camuse will command the main force, which will charge head-on at the enemy, overwhelming them with numbers and distracting them.
I figured as much.
Yeah.
Our detachment will infiltrate the Kingdom of Tricur by passing through the Western Dakov Tunnel. This will put us on the other side of the Imperial troops in Eastern
I remember to
Tricur,
actually split this
allowing
boss.
us to attack from behind.
Okay.
To reach the tunnel, we must venture beyond Sword of View until we come to a fork in the road. Then we head southwest. Mobility will be of the utmost importance in arriving at our objective. Therefore, we will move in small units. We are to rendezvous with the other detachment members at Eastern Tricur. I would rather not be the last ones there, so let us make haste.
Sounds like a plan.
Alright. Vaporizer level 3. Necromancer level 1. Man, it's so weird actually being able to do this menu for one. Necromancer. Attacker. Evoker. Are we gonna run into this kid? Nope. Alright, I'm gonna fight, normally I would only fight, I don't know. Well, I'll just fight everything, whatever. Normally I would only fight the, I forgot what they're called. They're like the flying, floating rock things throughout this tunnel, and occasionally the very first group of skeletons. I'm gonna fight the very first group of skeletons and maybe the rock guy. I don't know. We'll see.
Once we're beyond Sword of View, we should head southwest to find.
Like my past few runs have just been. I've been short on SP, and it's like made me a little nervous. So I'll fight these skeletons here. And then these things are what I would normally fight. The Mastus. Oh my god. Why are they so spread out? It's a huge pain. The other thing I'm supposed to be doing here is building my reserve rush to at least level 1, which it already is. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm gonna go pick up this item for safety, I guess. I'm not really sure how to put this. A little bit of extra damage from Emerson in the like few fights that he'll be actively part of. Like this is an optional fight, but I'm gonna go ahead and fight him. These I think I always fight. Think. They're 40 SP each. So this battle's worth 80.
A decisive win with minimal casualties.
This one I would normally fight. As well as this one.
As close to perfect as it gets.
I'll do. I really wish you would heal. Alright. We can get level 2. I was hoping for level 2, but it didn't really matter. Alright, so they're grouped up, which is good, because that means they'll both get hit by this. Except they're attacking Mickey for some reason, instead of Victor. They attack wherever they feel like attacking. Because I don't know how aggro works in this game. No, I didn't.
Still room for improvement.
Still got a long way to go.
Alright.
We should head northeast. That way we'll arrive at
That's what's probably very confusing, since
with the other members.
now, I thought there were 3 here. I'm gonna fight spiders, but I really only spiders and lizards in this next area. But I only want to fight them if there's 3 or more. That was more of, yeah, that was kind of, I don't want to say accident, because I thought there were 3, but there were not. Alright. What? What? I have to wait for everybody to walk in position, so.
I know your skills are full.
That'll be whatever. Here's my next one. Ursol. Split's probably a little confusing because I missed the last two splits. Really, where I saved time was actually back on Pavney.
Those weapons may be intimidating when wielded by a
Since I think these splits are
remember, we have chosen this plan precisely because it provides the main force a strategic advantage.
before I use Reserve Rush as much as I do now.
Now go and do us proud.
640 though sounds like my galaxy time. We'll find my actual splits one day. Or we can make these our new splits. And that will just add to the number of Star Ocean splits I have. It's like my Rhapsody musical adventure splits. I don't know what my time is in that game. One of the last time I opened splits for that game, I think it was like 3 hours. I was like, okay. I know this is not right because I literally have a video of like a 2:30 on YouTube. Alright, so we have Anne in our party now, and she still does more damage than Fidel would if we actually like put Berserker on her and all that other stuff. But it's not really worth it, since Fidel actually has like appropriate gear. So I can actually deal more damage by just alternating between the two characters, instead of just like powering up Anne.
What are you doing? There are hardly any of them. Form a wall around me. Do your duty and protect me.
That might just work.
Oh, we're done. Probably losing time.
Rasulian soldiers have been spotted infiltrating the eastern gates. We'll be caught between two separate forces if we don't do something.
I'll show those plane squatters mercy this time. Come on, you bastards. Let's bolt.
Neato burrito.
You promised us.
I'm sorry.
If you're not gonna punch the living daylights out of them, then I definitely will. What are you doing? Why won't you let me at them?
Punching them won't solve any of our problems, Miki. The only thing it'll prove is that your fist can bruise just like anyone else's.
Yeah.
What are we going to do now? It seems
Kill.
as if we vastly underestimated the extent to which Kronos values Relia. We never thought they would go to such lengths to obtain her. And as you already know, we have neither our ship nor a clue as to her whereabouts.
Great, so we can't do anything.
I assure you that rescuing Relia is just as important to the Federation as it is to you.
So you'll help us pry her from their clutches?
Of course.
Sadly, we have no leads.
Did you also lose all that stuff along with your ship?
What stuff?
You know, the data we retrieved from the laboratory before it exploded. Do you still have any of it?
Ah.
Oh, how unlike me. That completely slipped my mind.
I guess I got mentally tripped up too. So, we might have something after all, huh?
We'll go right to the Symbological Research Facility and review the
This
data.
next one, protect Anne.
How long will that take?
One
I
or
hate
2
this
hours
battle.
at most.
Please don't come
I hate the
back.
next 3
I
splits.
won't.
Okay, then let's reconvene in this room when we're done.
My last run almost ended
I'll also lend a hand.
on the giant enemy crab. Like, it was very close. I was pretty convinced I was going to game over. Due to one minor mistake I made.
They left behind some transmissions between them and another facility.
What's that mean for us?
It means there's someone else involved.
I see. So you're implying that the enemy must have at least one more base of operations besides that research facility.
Is Relia there?
I can't say for sure. It is, however, worth investigating. Even if we don't find her, we'll likely come away with some helpful information anyway.
The unfortunate thing is we haven't identified its location.
But you know where to start, right? Let's hear it.
Very well. All signs point to Kronos engaging in the study of symbometrics.
Symbometrics?
We have techniques that resemble what the people on your planet have termed signaturgy, but we call them symbology. Examining those techniques scientifically and systemizing them is called symbometrics. Regrettably for us, Kronos' advancements in this field make us seem like barbarians by comparison.
So you can't analyze them?
Sadly, no.
Wow. From my point of view, you two can do almost anything.
We have no recourse since there is no database from which to draw precedent. Also, I'd venture your planet's signaturgy is almost as advanced as our symbology.
You think so?
If my theory is correct, then we
So
could
much to
analyze the
do.
various energy wave patterns emitted by signaturgical
So much to
techniques
see.
and run them past the quad scanner's AI, which might allow us to detect some waves that Kronos' symbology-based equipment could not. Fiore, would you be willing to impart the full extent of your signaturgical knowledge to us for this purpose?
If you were just a nosy scholar, my only response would be 3 swift kicks to the shins. But for Relia's sake, I'll do it.
Thank you so very much.
I'm getting butterflies in my stomach just thinking how my knowledge could open up a new world to everyone.
Then I shall get started on the recording process immediately. Afterwards, I'll set to analyzing all the information we obtained. A word of caution, though. Depending on the volume of data, the process could take an exceedingly long time.
Well, it is what it is. No helping that. So how much time...
This table in front of me has been very convenient.
I assume one night will be sufficient.
I'm not too sure about how well it's helped my note reading skills.
There's no need to get anxious.
It's like one of the things I could do when I had my notes on my computer is like scroll down to where I was, so I always look at the top of my screen. But with this, I kind of have to like look around. Ooh. Figure out where I was. My notes are very
What the?
I don't know how to explain this.
Believe or something?
Spread out, I should say. I mean, I like the format that I use. This is not where I want it to go, is it? Anyway, it's fine.
Basically figured out, right?
For the most part. But there's...
I actually wanted to go the other way.
But there's still what? Out with it.
Did you get into this conversation much shorter?
Nothing much.
I'm so sorry I couldn't keep my promise to protect Relia.
Chin up, Emerson. I know full well that Relia's predicament isn't your guys' fault. If anyone should be sorry, it's me. not you. There's no excuse for the way I've behaved toward you recently.
I think that was actually too
And
far.
with that manly apology of yours,
There's
goes the last
actually 2 red zones here.
I know you feel bad, but Relia's safety is more important than any of our feelings. We can't get her back without you.
You have my word for sure this time. I'll do whatever it takes.
Actually, it might be when you talk to the dad. There's 2 red rings there. You can be standing inside the wrong one.
Done with the analysis?
That we are, sir. We were able to confirm trace energy readings that emanate from the banks of the Isok River in Trey-Kur.
Could the readings possibly be from some other type of structure?
According to our map, there are no visible man-made structures in the area.
That's suspicious.
I say, we go check it out.
And we're off, people.
Pardon me.
Frick, the door's over here. Alright, we're gonna buy some weapons for everybody. Everybody, I mean like 2 people. Moonfell. Marker. Fragmenter. Alright. So I'm gonna fight a few things. I need to learn the skill Dead Man Walking. I also need to make sure I have at least level 1, which I have already, but I need to make sure I have at least level 1, I forgot what the thing's called. Alright, I don't want to fight these guys. I do want to fight these spiders, though. Why? Oh, he's paralyzed.
More challenges lie ahead.
Still got a long way to go.
I don't actually remember if I do or don't fight these. There's only 2? Alright. This one I do fight. This one I do fight, even though it's 2. I fight these down here, there's like 5 of them. 4 of them. And then one more fight up here. Hopefully we can learn Dead Man Walking. Okay. Oops. All PS3s do play PS1 games, I believe. I've never heard of one not playing PS1 games. Unless it was like broken or something. Alright, here we go, hold on. Wisdom. Rolls. Necromancer level 3. Dead Man Walking. Alright, I have to pay a whole lot of attention to everything going on in my life here. So it was one of the hardest fights in the game.
Captain, I'm picking up a small spike in those unknown energy waves.
Where's the source?
In this vicinity, apparently.
I don't see anything.
I'll retrace the wave's path.
Hello? There we go.
Hey, this must be...
The
Sounds like a pretty good deal.
energy in this spot is at the maximum magnitude that can be recorded.
That's a pretty massive reading.
Alright, this fight has to be done a very, 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 very specific way, or you basically game over. The next 3 battles are basically that way. They have to be done a very specific way, or you game over.
There has to be an emergency exit.
We can't rule out the possibility that it's optically cloaked, so I'll try hacking the system once I find the nexus of these waves.
Do it.
I'm going to open up with Fidel's Reserve Rush, which initiates the actual timer for Anne doing stuff. I'm also going to do everything I can to keep her alive. Okay.
Everyone, dive inside the doorway.
So we survived. The first of this triple gauntlet. Frick. Why did she not heal anyone? Whatever. Alright.
Let's rethink our plan.
Oh, I went the wrong side?
I knew
Okay.
this had to be Kronos' lair. All these corrupt? So, those were Kronos' doing as well?
What in Bastille is with this bizarre place?
I don't have enough information to say for certain.
It says safety item.
No. I can't believe they'd...
Your face tells me you knew about this.
So we're gonna pick up Shockwave here.
How much do you know exactly?
It's the strongest skill we'll use in the speedrun. I'm gonna pick it up, but I'm not actually gonna use it for quite a while.
Let's rethink our plan.
I think I'll pass.
So that's Shockwave. Said we're gonna pick it up, but we don't need it for a little while. The bonus provided by Hammer of Might is just much more useful at this point. Because it has the potential to stun, and on the crab boss that's very useful. Despite the fact that you deal a little bit less damage. Okay, it's Faria.
That's not her. Look a little closer.
That's a safety item.
You're right, it's not.
It's a free pickup, since I had to go through this whole cutscene here anyways.
Getting data on Relia is our top priority. To do that, we'll need to press on.
Alright. Everybody should be... healed up, and I'm taking Deadman Walking off of her, but I have to pay a whole lot of attention here.
This might do the job.
Try it.
Someone's coming.
I'm gonna put Fidel on manual. And then move Yore right here. And basically block off this area. Don't like him being right here though. I need to have a reserve rush of 1 or higher by the time I finish this, or I'm going to have some issues on the next battle. Nope. Okay, hang on.
I hate to interrupt your fun, but hurry it up. Get ready for some game.
Oh. Those two idiots back there.
I've got more of that than anyone I know.
Then why don't you start trying as hard as the rest of us?
Oh my god.
We have access.
So we survived that. Demon walking.
Great job.
Berserker. Oh. Should over here. Over here.
Everyone, please follow my...
Okay, here we go.
What's going on? Another trap?
Relia's here.
She's here.
God. There we go. Alright, that was a bit of a struggle, but it went way better than it could have gone. Fidel got knocked down at the beginning. So you can put Deadman walking either Fidel or Emerson. It's safer to put it on Emerson and to have him use as like kind of a backup, basically. But you could also put it on Fidel if you wanted to keep him from being interrupted at the start. But the way that works is you start the battle off by actually having Fidel run in and use his reserve rush immediately off, which takes out all the smaller enemies.
It's entirely unforgivable.
And then,
Don't worry, you're okay now.
I could have saved that vitality, but I went ahead and used it anyways.
It's like she's reverted to her previous.
If I were abducted and imprisoned in some underground,
It's mostly to try and that second. This would be our second chance of trying to unlock.
Let's get to know each other again.
Freaking
I don't mean to cut your reunion short,
eccentric,
but this
I
place
guess
is
at this
safe.
point.
Let's get
But
out.
since we already learned eccentric earlier, like I said, I could have held on to that vitality if I wanted to.
A tracking chip.
I won't make that mistake again.
Let's go.
Nobody's. And so we're now going to teach and Shockwave, and basically just start using Shockwave the whole time. Oops.
All right.
The biggest thing with Shockwave is I want to start leveling it up, basically, by using it as soon as possible. I could have used it on the crab boss, but I prefer to use Hammer of Might there, just because the stun from Hammer of Might is a lot safer for that battle, really.
We must escape.
Shockwave doesn't do that much damage, but it would allow us to start leveling Shockwave up. So that by the end of the game, we're dealing like 50 to 60k damage.
So glad to finally be out of there.
Let's go back to Eastern first.
I don't actually remember what level Shockwave is at the end of the game, but it is high enough that, like, under very specific circumstances, you could actually hit the damage cap. But actually setting up those reliably is not exactly easy.
It isn't just her power they want, is it?
My guess is they don't even see her as a human being.
I don't need to unlock anything else at this point. Anything I get will just be just nice to have, really. Nothing else.
Thinking about what?
That if Relia were able to get her signets removed, then maybe these people would lose interest in her.
Yeah. So I can't remember if I can run around that encounter or not.
In fact, no one can use a signet until it is imbued by another. Conversely, there's also a technique to remove.
So I've made it past all the really hard boss fights, but I haven't made it past all the really hard regular enemies. There are a few regular enemies that can...
It's a long road from Eastern.
You blink and I game over, basically.
I advocate getting everything we need here first, after which we can head out. Does that sound good to everyone?
So I just gotta be really careful. I mean, that isn't to say I can't still die to a number of bosses. I can definitely game over to any of the bosses in the rest of the run, but I'm less worried about them and more worried about the regular enemies.
Master.
Well now, what is the issue with supplies?
That won't be a problem.
Treatment of the wounded?
Our medical corps is seeing to them, but no soldiers are too injured to...
No, I was speaking of the townspeople.
Oh, of course you are. I'll have the medical corps look at them right away.
Master, your son has...
Now's not the time.
Let me just say, he's performing admirably.
That's good to hear. Now, if you have nothing further, I'll be going.
I don't, sir.
Well, I bet really is quite pooped from that big adventure.
She said
We'll go
pooped.
back to the inn and get some rest. What an idea.
What an idea.
Very tired. You just haven't noticed yet. Come on now, let's get you to bed.
Pardon me.
Miki's the worst kind of, like, parent. It's always like, oh, you just don't know what's best for you. You should do this. This next area is an interesting one. Takes a minute to get through that.
I must be anxious or something. Maybe a breath of fresh air would do me some good.
Before we go here.
Who's there? What are you doing out this late?
That's my line.
I talked to Victor earlier. He told me you've become quite the swordsman.
You've never praised me before.
Yes, I have. You've just forgotten.
No, I never. All you ever did was get mad at me.
That's so now. What's gonna happen with that little girl?
We're still not sure,
Right.
but one thing is, we're gonna give it all we've got to keep her safe.
To think that I'd hear you talk about protecting people.
So we fight like a mini boss here. I don't know what you want to call it. Very odd boss. It doesn't take any damage, but if you attack anything other than the boss, then probably game over. It's also a good opportunity to level up Shockwave, so I basically target the boss and spam Shockwave.
I'd say you've grown into a fine example of a man.
You just kind of like try to survive as long as possible type thing.
Something here.
Or you game over. You don't survive.
Find Victor immediately and tell him to go on reconnaissance. Then go back to your friends and help them prepare for the worst. Got it?
Got it.
Got it. You got it. Yeah.
Hey, Victor. My dad wants you to go on reconnaissance.
Reconnaissance? He said that? I'll gather my subordinates and leave right away.
Uh-oh. Is this some sort of...
Fiddly!
It isn't Kronos, is it?
We're under attack! The enemy's upon us!
We're out.
Since we've opened this can of worms, time to get down and dirty.
And the MVP. Like I said, technically, I guess this is a boss fight, but It's, you can't actually deal damage to him. I didn't put him over there, but I'm glad he's standing over there.
Don't tell me what we can and can't do. This is nothing but war with Britain. Exactly. The only time you
Bell. Should be dead pretty soon. Well, dead. Battle should be over pretty soon. Yeah. I was gonna say, I generally run out of, or like come close to running out of MP.
This isn't over yet.
You can actually game over in the middle of this cutscene. If Anne's the only one alive, and she dies like that, then yeah, she game over. Also, you can skip this cutscene? I don't know why. So it was like random moments.
This is all my fault. I should have been watching Relia more closely.
Let's go after her right now.
Not so fast. What if the enemy were to discover us?
They won't if we act now.
Have any idea where they might have gone?
There's the old execution site to the northwest they've been using as a camp.
What an eerie place to choose for a camp.
It's where all the criminals in the country used to be disposed of. But from the accounts we've heard, the government supposedly abandoned it a long time ago.
Then, that's where we'll head.
Okay.
I would like to accompany you as well.
Lieutenant?
Then count us in too.
As you have no official...
I have no idea if
such
Anne's
action
alive.
would constitute a breach of
All
covenant.
menu,
I could never ask
just to check and see.
Come on.
That's an order.
Or reviver if I have to.
Understood.
Lieutenant, please bring Advisor Camus home safe.
Good luck, sir.
Let's get going, Victor. You won't be going as Lieutenant Oakville of the Central Rasulian Army, but as Victor, a friend and fellow disciple of my father, right?
That's exactly right. Lead the way, my brethren of the blade.
I know we can save him.
All right, let's get to it.
Oh, shoot, it's definitely good. You can avoid all encounters between here and the next area, but I'd rather be safe. It's actually possible to not get into a single battle from between here and there in the execution grounds. I don't remember the pathing exactly. I've mostly been like on and off speedrunning this game over the past year and a half or so, I guess. It's not often enough that I remember everything that's going on. Especially since it's been a while since I actually did a run. Or was doing runs, I should say. Yeah.
Damn it! I'm not ready!
I think I was supposed to cut far to the right to avoid that one. Just have to go around this rock here to avoid this other one.
That's it.
Let's go. Really is waiting for us in there.
But it's kind of neat because you can, as long as you know where the actual battle zones are, you can avoid a lot of them by just hugging the wall in many cases. But you also have to kind of like learn how to escape encounters with Anne in a way that it happens kind of like really quickly and effectively, and also doesn't put you into the previous encounter area. So like if I had gone straight back with Anne there, I would actually be thrown into another encounter with the guys I had already run past.
Concentrate on the target.
Let's rethink our flag.
Whoa. It was kind of fun battle to learn, or area to learn. Of course, you have to fight this guy. Why did it not switch over to Anne? Speaking of battles, you can game over in. Something weird going on in this battle. It didn't switch to Anne immediately. Very strange. That battle the one I just did, you can't run away from it. It's like some sort of mini boss. There's one more battle like that in here. You just can't run away from, and it's considered some sort of like mini boss.
I see a grave battle ahead.
Thanks. Won't be able to do Berserker until after the next battle, which kind of sucks. Unless I get in a random encounter here.
Our odds are less than 30%.
But you can definitely see a difference in running away slowly and like having the bar build slowly versus the bar building quickly, or not at all. Anne's gonna die again. Wasn't paying as much attention as I really should have been there.
Let's rethink our flag.
Alright. Are you kidding me? Trying to get it to build fast, but it's not building at all. Not used to running there. Alright, so this is another one you have to fight. It can be a huge pain. Somebody's like poisoned or something. Oh. exactly who I don't want to have that. I could very well game over here. Alright. We somehow survived through miracle of nature.
I still have much further to go.
I don't know why I went that direction with that. I need to know... actually, let's do this. I'm going to set Emerson to manual before he died. I get the opportunity.
Aurelia! Dad!
Master.
This battle is very tricky, despite the fact that it'll probably look really easy. I need Anne to stay upstairs, basically.
How rude! You just had to go and ruin the production by tattling, didn't you? Well, it had a stupid story anyway. A son thinking he could just walk into our lair and save his father? No wonder they're both going to die. Kill them!
Alright, I gotta pay attention here. I'll probably lose time here. Generally, you want to finish that battle before I forgot her name. Mickey even joins the party.
This is ridiculous!
And we can see if this got through.
Emerson, can't you guys cure him like you did with Miki?
No, we can't.
Why not?
We have neither our ship nor the right equipment like we did before.
Go. Dad!
Protect.
I'm so sorry you had to protect Aurelia for me. I'm sorry, Dad.
I wonder if my splits are actually set to like sum of average. Maybe I'm using the same splits every time, even though there's like 5 different files.
You protect.
And I just have it set to like the wrong thing every time.
I'm sorry.
Because that's what actually happened earlier.
Thank you.
It was at like 622, which I know is not my PP. I'll never figure out how splits work. Not a big fan of using splits, but people like to know where I stand, I guess. I don't know. When I watch other people's streams, I like to use them as like a general suggestion on like when certain things are going to happen. Like, oh, they'll be at this part of the game at X or Y minutes or hours.
leave his side.
Fidel, he's dead. He's not going anywhere.
Fiddly,
Said
you're
Shockwave.
not gonna join them?
So this next boss is not easy, but it's also not too difficult, as long as I do it correctly. But if I don't do it correctly, then it's kind of a nightmare.
No one will get mad at you if you leave the fighting to others this once.
Left. Take a left. Take a left. Always take a right there. And I'm like, oh god, what have I done? Alright, set shot.
Are you sure you're all right? If you get over... Well, just say the word.
You've matured so much, I'd be hard-pressed to tell the difference between you and your father.
Annihilate them! Call every last one of
Alright.
Victory, my son! Why, your bloodbath!
Here we go.
What an honor it is that both of you a lesson. Why is everyone insisting on standing in my way?
We either win or lose. Right here. How did he survive? I mean, we survived, but that was dumb. F that battle. Oh, these splits are definitely old.
Snuffing out this bastard won't change the course of this planet's history, so I have the green light to do.
These splits were before I used Reserve Rush there. We'll find. You know what would actually make it easier is if I just deleted all the wrong splits instead of just picking them at random every single time and wondering if they were the right ones. Or I could just PP.
Right?
And not have to worry about splits ever again.
We may have avenged my father, but that won't bring him back.
I think that I'd hear you talk about protecting people. That statement is proof that you're now
So the next split is an hour and a half from now.
the desire to shelter the weak from
Because we don't do anything for a really long time.
I'd say you've grown into a
I'm going to turn on my T as well.
Go.
Dad!
Protect.
Dad wouldn't want me to mourn his death. That would only hinder me from walking the path he worked his whole life to lead me down.
I wanted to give you this earlier.
Okay.
It was your father's. Now you deserve to have it.
So that was the third battle that I'm given the opportunity to learn Eccentric at. Which, I just don't remember how much damage I did, but generally, most of the time you get it there. If you didn't get it the other two times. Just from your first few hits.
Fiddly.
I would like to come with you.
We would love to have you, but what about the army?
But if you end up screwing up the battle horribly and using, which I've done who knows how many times, where I accidentally used Fidel's Reserve Rush instead of Anne's Reserve Rush, then you're definitely not going to deal 30k damage to unlock Eccentric.
I'm sorry about what happened to Master Camuse. I may not have been able to protect him. I vow I'll protect you.
Thanks for the sentiment, but at the same time, Relia is the one we should all be protecting.
Ah, good point.
I need one more level of Berserker, and one level, the only level there is of Eccentric. we're basically set for the rest of the game. As you can already see, I'm dealing 5-digit numbers. And I haven't really done any leveling, like, with the intent of leveling. I've been fighting things, but they were, like, on the way. So most of the damage in this game actually comes from skills. And all the way to Santa Relay, where we're given a very long bathroom break again. It's like 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. I'm surprised I haven't seen the, is it Cathedral of Oblivion? It normally spawns there. I've only seen, I think, one of those this whole run, actually. Normally I see at least like 3 or 4. I think there's only 8 total. And the 8th one is like guaranteed, I believe. And we'll walk right in front of it. Actually game overed my last run during this split. It's very tragic, because it kind of happened, like, really quickly. Like, I was like, what's going on here? Like, what just happened?
Victor, do you like animals?
Well, they're not exactly animals, but I did like to catch bugs as a kid.
Aww. That was a pretty good private action. Speaking of which, let's go visit Welch. Say hi to her. Tell her, hey, what's up? That'd be the worst time lost. Or the best. That would be the best time lost. Visiting Welch. It's too bad she's not really useful for a speedrun. It takes forever to actually unlock any of the things you need to do to make crafting useful. While the crafting was, like, neat in this game, it definitely was too... way too much trouble, really.
Kenny.
Even, like, casually.
Captain, I'm sorry to report that it will take us longer than expected to reach your position.
I knew it.
That's not all. You see, our ultra-long-range sensors have detected a Chronos spacecraft. Readings indicate it is scheduled to arrive before us.
That's pretty terrible news.
Please don't hit me.
There's not much we can do. We're sitting ducks once that ship hits. Our only hope is that this expunction technique works. Give up.
Random time loss. These imps are probably the worst creatures. They cast spells, and like, there's not a whole lot you can really do. Like, if they just do stupid attacks, like their regular attacks, you don't have to really worry about them, but if they cast spells, then you're pretty much stuck in an encounter. Like, I can hear the spell being cast, and I just, like, hope that I make it out of the encounter range in time. In the Sigma Silica, that's going to play a huge importance, because one of the battles early on is between two rooms, and so you can't really escape it quickly. So you kind of just, like, hope for the best. And hope you don't game over. Because everyone in your party is going to die except whoever has Dead Man Rising on. Looking forward to this break here, because I have to pee really bad. Have to run to the Magic Academy first. Or the Institute, or whatever you want to call it. Deal with Cassius.
This is quite the bind.
Guys, gotta save.
There's nothing we can do except work to repair it as fast as possible.
Sorry.
Cassius, we need to use the expunction device.
What are you doing? Hold on a second.
No time.
Stop right there. You can't physically use it.
What do you mean we can't?
It's not functioning at the moment. We're still trying to determine the optimal way to fix it.
Why did it have to break now of all times?
If you're in a hurry, might I suggest using the one in the Ancient Institute instead?
There's one there?
Of course. Most of the devices here are reproductions of ones in the Ancient Institute.
Thanks a bunch, Cassius. I love you.
Whoa.
Come on, we need to make for the Ancient Institute.
We've got no other recourse, I guess. Let's book it.
Looking forward to this break. So I always thought it was really interesting here how this area I'm going into, for some reason, doesn't have any enemies there. I don't know if that was like to prevent some sort of shenanigans or what the deal was.
This is Kenny.
I have an update, sir. The Chrono ship has just entered Fakreed 4's orbital trajectory.
What? I hope we make it in time.
Do you think you'll be all right, Captain?
I'll contact you later.
It's nice, peaceful music that's playing here. Very quickly try to make it over there. Alright, I have to pee, so I'm gonna go pee as soon as I get in this cutscene. BRB.
What's going on here?
I guess we have no choice.
I wouldn't.
Who's that?
General Alma. As part of Kronos' militant faction, he tops the galaxy's most wanted list.
How kind for someone of his stature to greet us. So, he's behind all this.
Fidel!
Aurelia? But how can that be?
Sis! What? Aurelia. Did she say sis?
Are you too imbecilic to realize the instrument you have is not Aurelia?
What?
The one in your possession is Feria, and it is the foundation upon which Kronos is to build its new world order. It also differs from the unit you hold so much extraneous affection for. Thus, I doubt you will mind returning it.
Why is a famous general fighting in the galactic equivalent of some backwoods Hicks family feud?
Interesting question. I could ask the same of you, Captain Kenny.
Hold it. Just how do you expect to save Little Miss Starlight from all these heavily armored troops?
If all the reports I have received on you are correct, well, I believe your name is Fidel. So, Fidel, if you possess even a modicum of sympathy for that thing, stand right there and don't move. Retrieve Feria for me.
Vicky!
know that light. Activate the neutralization device. So, the boy is the catalyst after all.
Hello, Nooglets. How's it going?
With some modifications, we should be able to draw even more power from her.
Chilling out, hopefully getting through this. It's actually been a pretty decent run so far.
Taking Feria with us. Thank you for holding on to her, Fidel. Due to your act of kindness, we were able to collect precisely the data we needed. Take us away.
It's Feria. Where's my controller? Doesn't really matter. I don't do anything for the next like 2 minutes.
The Institute.
Let's give our review of the run so far while I talk over these cutscenes. So the crab battle was like a 9 out of 10. And I don't remember anything else being that bad. Everything else went okay.
Now she's not even in the
say.
same sector as us.
Isn't there something
We managed to get above 250% on the SP bonus, so that was good.
And how long
Not quite
will it take
300.
to get it back?
Scheduled
Grab
to arrive in a
that,
day
grab that,
early,
grab that.
but we'll likely arrive.
Then all we can do is wait. Wait.
Didn't get to 300%, so not completely optimal, but still really good. Actually, I've been on the like normal SP route so far. I only had to fight like a couple extra battles.
If we go with you,
I still have no idea which splits these are.
We may never be able to return to this planet again, even if we do save Lilia.
I originally had them set up as compared to like sum of best, so it was like the fin time was like 6:22 or something like that. I was like,
Those of you who remain undeterred,
maybe this is it. I was like, I don't remember getting a 6:20 before, but I know it's possible.
Okay.
I think best time possible for this would be like closer to like 6:15 or something. If somebody was actually good at this game.
Yeah.
I'll always follow your lead wherever you take us.
Maybe it'd be a good idea to return to Stall first.
Stall.
I'll let you choose the way.
Yeah, definitely not me. I'm pretty bad at this game. My splits aren't showing. I can see them from here. They're on the stream. They're down. They're right, literally right there. Right
Kenny
there.
here. Captain, our vessel will be arriving in Vacrete 4 sector in approximately 17 hours from now.
Contact me again once you enter orbit.
They are tiny.
Fidel and the
Because nobody cares about splits. I probably could make them larger. I'm still okay. I still have to work out this layout. I wanted to have chat right there, right? Like up here in the abyss. That's like nothing up there. And when I tried to, it like formatted horribly weird, and I was like, ugh. I'll figure this out one day. I don't know. Like, I want to include as much of the game as I possibly can,
If it meant possibly throwing everything
and my webcam, but I don't want to cover the game in any way. That's what I'm trying to like figure out here.
You would.
And like,
That's why you're not.
I see a lot of people use a similar layout to this, but they make the game screen much smaller.
If a true researcher
But I want
somehow
to.
dropped
I
a
want.
valuable piece of evidence into a bottomless pit.
I can't. Hold on. I want this to be like way down here.
Safety.
Yeah, I don't like overlapping even a tiny. I mean, I've done that in some cases, but I don't like doing it for speedrunning. Speedruns, I want the video to show. If it was like, if I was streaming like Overwatch or something stupid like that, then I would have no problem covering over the game anywhere. There wasn't like my own health bar.
And protect the country from harm. It would be wrong to forget that.
Actually, this bottom corner down here,
What of Fidel?
right here, and this region is all the activity stuff, which you can't see because nobody actually follows me. But if somebody followed me, or like donated, or subbed, or whatever, all that information actually displays right in there. And in the bottom right-hand corner, the little alert comes out, does its own thing. Alright, so we can skip this cutscene for some wacky reason. So what I might end up doing is actually moving the splits so that they're vertical, I guess, and covering up the entire left side of the screen, which is what I'll probably actually do after this. This was more of an experiment for the splits, if anything. I don't like splits. I don't even like having them on my screen. I know people like seeing them, but I always forget to split. Well, the other thing is, so when I have games that are 4x3, I don't want to have like 18 different scenes set up in XSplit. So I don't want to have to change everything when I do a 4x3 layout. So I guess putting the splits over there probably would have been a better idea. But I also don't want to mess up the stuff that's below the splits that, like I said, you guys can't see. It's like freaking nobody ever follows me, or subs, or donates. Although everyone should sub to me, I have the best emote in the history of the world. I probably should explain this section since I'm actually playing the game. There's one enemy in every one of these enemy groups, and every single one of them can kill Fidel. So you really don't want to get into a battle. And if it like starts to look bad, then you gotta put Dead Man Walking on. I never asked that you don't donate. My old emote. I've been using this emote for a while. I don't even remember what my old emote was. Was it the just the circle track of face? Any tips for playing Star 5 on hard difficulties? Yes. Dead Man Walking is the most broken skill of all time. If you can unlock Dead Man Walking and get used to using Dead Man Walking, then use Dead Man Walking. Level up Berserker and Eccentric as much as... Well, you can't actually level up Eccentric, but having Berserker and unlocking Eccentric are also very helpful. And in a casual setting for playing on the harder difficulties, where am I going? Oh my god, I'm literally going the wrong way. Hey guys, I went the wrong way. We're gonna lose 30 seconds because I was thinking about difficulties. My speedrun is ruined! Somebody's gonna watch this and be like, why is he going all the way over there? On harder difficulties, it's also good to use Victor when you can, because Victor has a few skills that, I forgot the name of it because we don't use it in the speedrun, but Victor has a skill that restores health as you use it, or as it hits. That's really good. So Victor and Anne are both basically going to be your MVPs throughout your Chaos mode playthrough. This is why we can't have nice times. Agreed. How's it going, Cosmo?
Sorry.
I don't know where I was going, like, mentally. I mean, I was headed towards the capital, but it's, like, the wrong capital. I don't know why I was going that way. That was probably a good, like, 45-second time loss. My 11-minute save, time save. Each one you play becomes your new favorite. But you're on 4, the worst one. Alright, I'll keep that in mind, Mooglets. I'll probably change it after the stream. The problem with putting them over on the left side is I always, like, some games I run only have, like, 5 splits, basically. So there's going to be dead space, like, everywhere. No matter what I do, I guess. I should just pick, like, the lesser of evils. I really don't want to run into this guy. Running away from this guy is really obnoxious if you get in a battle. Same with this thing, who's not even there. There he is. It's like one of these imps. And imps are a horrifying creature. Put up the marquee listing. Do what now? Oh, what the F? It just came out of nowhere. He literally was right in front of your face. This is Mickey's fault. Mickey, you're the worst character. We gotta run if we want to stay alive. Got 8 endings. What? Does that mean you played through the game more than once? Like 8 times, perhaps? Play here. Play here, I lost like 5 minutes. I should make a split here. Alright, I gotta buy up to 12 enhancement cards. I don't know how many I have. Oh, I have none. Great.
Oh,
Like I should split here.
Fiore's already here too.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Cosmo. Oh, what? I didn't realize I had to push for it. I'm so used to just, like, holding for it, I guess, at all times. I'm losing the run. I'm, like, losing focus.
Proved me right that you'd come.
So you did come after all.
We figured this whole thing started with us, so we should see it through to the end. Plus, we couldn't leave Relia or Feria like this.
It's Feria.
Has Victor arrived yet?
No, he hasn't.
Oh, I see.
Well, he does have the most going on.
What about you, Fiora?
I've only actually gotten, I think, 2 endings in this game.
In my blood as a researcher to do so.
I try to do all the private actions in this game, all like 5,000 of them.
Kenny
And it just gets you the Relia ending. I was so mad.
Such a relief to know you're okay.
As is the rest of the crew, sir. We're all back in action. So, what did you want?
Transport the 5 of us up there.
I detect one more person heading in your direction.
That girl that just walked down the stairs.
What do you want me to do?
One more?
Yeah, bring her. The girl that just walked down the stairs.
Aha! Look over there.
It's Victor.
Farming though. Oh, the yeah, private actions.
You made up your mind.
There's so many in this game.
Yes. I just submitted my request for leave.
Change of plans. Make that 6 people to be mine.
6 it is.
We're not bringing the girl down the stairs in this? I bet she would have been great in our party. She could probably sing or actually be entertaining.
What an amazing place.
I forgot this is your
Oh my
first
God.
time.
Can we get rid of Mickey?
No time to chat. We need to make for the bridge.
Bridge.
The bridge.
The bridge.
Is there something wrong, Victor? You alright?
I'm fine. I just wasn't expecting this entire room to start moving. The equipment at the Royal Institute surprised me, but this is something else.
So, this is your new ship?
You know it. Welcome to the latest in battleship technology.
So there's actually 2 dungeons we do between now and the Mana
The
Core.
previous one was a research.
But there's not really any
This
bosses.
one was built specifically for combat.
So for some reason I never made splits between Duracell and the Mana Core.
Not sure I really get the difference, but
Despite it being like an hour and a half.
sounds spectacular.
I'm the captain now.
What's the deal?
Look at me. Look at me.
Detection field of our ultra long range
I am the
sensors.
captain.
According to their data, the ship is heading for the Alpha Lost system at a speed of warp 14.3.
14.
Warp 14.3?
Oh my god.
That has to be some kind of mistake.
My cat's awake.
It isn't.
What's that mean?
Claire, where are you going?
It means they can travel faster than us. This particular Charles de Gaulle is as advanced as Federation warship technology gets. It boasts a cruising speed of warp 11.2 and a top speed of warp 12.9. Despite all that, our adversaries leave us in the dust because they can travel at warp 14.3.
That doesn't make sense.
Now is a perfect opportunity to go get food. Because we have to do the whole like warp drive sequence and then the whole like battleship sequence where you blow up that other ship.
Moreover, we can't continuously
There's like a good
top speed.
10 minutes or 15 minutes of literally me doing nothing.
Hope to catch them as long as they keep going.
Oh no.
Gravitic warp time.
Gravitic warp time.
That's impossible. The gravitic warp engine is still an experiment. It hasn't even undergone its 24-hour engagement.
What are you doing?
A real-world deployment is tantamount
Do you want
to
to hang out,
suicide.
Claire?
That alone doesn't make it impossible.
No.
It just makes it not the safest.
No. Whoa.
I've managed to establish contact with
You okay?
Dr. Krupp at Remote Station 5.
Meow.
You are too damn good at
Pizza. Claire doesn't like to be held. Except when she wants to be held. Just one of those cats.
Long time indeed, Captain.
Like you'll put her in,
I hear that you've decided to take
you'll pick her up and like put her in your lap and she's like, I don't want this. And then she'll like come back over in like 2 minutes and be like,
Sorry about that, but this
hey, you should hold me.
Well, it has to be tested at some point. Why not make it now? By the way,
I'll wake up
I assume there's only one reason you
in the middle of the night. She's like up under the covers. I'll squish it next to me.
To use gravitic warp.
Denied.
And like Claire, if I had put you here, you probably would have clawed and scratched the heck out of me.
You've got to be joking. That's slower than normal warp speed.
There's a dangerously high probability that we won't be able to control all the creation
Yeah.
energy required to activate the gravitic warp engine. Therefore, we're forced to use the normal warp engine for energy, resulting in the aforementioned lack of speed.
As concise and accurate an explanation as ever, Miss Patriciani. I fail to see your issue, Captain. The normal
wish I had
engines
pizza.
aboard that cruiser are state of the art.
Can't really eat pizza though.
Plenty fast.
The last time I ate pizza, it actually made me sick.
Have a cruising speed of 14.3.
What? 14.3?
Totally unaware they'd come so far with their technology. How fascinating.
We've surmised that their tech is likely based on symbometrics.
Symbometrics, huh? You say it directly influences the fundamental composition of matter. Meanwhile, we've barely scratched the surface of that discipline. No wonder they're ahead. We can't disregard the possibility that Kronos is able to repress creation energy.
Okay, I just came over and sat on my foot.
Of symbometrics.
Claire, I can't move my foot.
What do you have there?
I'm reviewing the information we recovered from the database inside their facility. It seems, however, that their symbometric research draws heavily upon the principles of Fate Creed 4's signaturgy. I can't grasp much of what's written here.
Let me see that data of yours. Although, judging by what you said, I might not be able to understand much of it at the moment.
Meow, Claire, I need my foot back.
If possible, I'd like to get the opinion of a local expert.
Fiore. You've already input all the information I've gathered into that machine. If you want to learn anything new, you should probably ask someone else. Speaking of which, what about asking Cassius?
He's probably our best bet.
We'll head for this local expert's place immediately, Doctor. Once we're there, you can talk to him directly.
Perfect. I'll set it so I can receive transmissions at any time.
You know the drill, Anne. Take her with you to the Royal Institute in Langdok.
Yes, sir.
My foot away. She wasn't too happy.
The rest of us will hold down the fort until they're back.
It's part of the game, I always forget where to go. Because like, there's a bunch of times you have to go back and like sleep in your room. And then there's some times where you have to go just exit the room and go back in.
And to the bridge.
How'd it go?
I believe we'll have our answers soon enough.
That's wonderful. Then come to the bridge ASAP.
All right.
the two of them get along with each other way too well.
Alright.
Connect me to Dr. Krupp.
Dr. Krupp. Is that the guy from,
How's it coming along, Doctor?
It's done.
forgot the name of
That's
the
how it's
movie.
coming.
Eddie Murphy.
Already? You never
Dr.
cease to
Plum?
amaze, Doctor.
Well, let's cut to the chase. You'll need to both reprogram some aspects of the software and physically
Whatever happened to Eddie Murphy?
to the outside of the gravitic warp.
Is that guy still around?
Imbue the warp engine with symbols? I would never have thought of that.
It's possible, and I can rewrite the software from here. But the symbols are the real problem. Sadly for you, I'm not a symbometrics expert. I don't know a thing about how to imbue objects with symbols.
Dr. Krupp, can you show me a list of the symbols we need?
This is the symbological formula, copy of which I've sent to your engine room's terminal.
All the symbols. Memorized all of them already.
It looks pretty intricate, but I should be okay.
What? Are you kidding me?
They're the same as signets in principle, so anyway, I've never done such long and complex ones before, but I'll give it all I've got.
Excellent. Say, what was your name again?
Fiore.
I like that he didn't care about her at all.
I'll have to remember that.
Until she was like, I'm really smart.
Start rewriting
Like, wait a
the
second.
program. If you can faithfully reproduce
You're really
the
smart?
formula I sent, we shouldn't have any problems.
Got it.
I just thought you were some dumb bimbo in a cat outfit.
View that engine good.
Leave it to me.
Fiore? Would you mind if I tagged along and watched you imbue the engine? I've never seen anyone imbue an object before, so I can't help but be curious.
I suppose it's only natural for a signaturge to be interested in this kind of thing. Mind if she comes too, Anne?
Of course, no objections here.
Yes!
Alright, don't invite Fidel. Don't invite Fidel. Don't invite
You
Fidel.
should come with me and see it for yourself. You weren't around when I got mine imbued, so I bet you've never seen it perform before, right?
What? I don't know.
It can't hurt to acquire, so
No, dude, it's really boring.
I don't see why you would refuse.
She speaks the truth.
Ugh.
There's never a reason to turn down.
I would just go take a nap instead.
Captain? Follow me to the engine room.
It's Mickey. Mickey? Mickey?
Deck 3. Engine room. This must be the
This tea is pretty good. It's,
Luckily, I just started researching
Sweet
complex
tangerine,
signets and the combinations
I think.
of base signets that
What
form
it's
them.
called?
I've tried many different sequences before, but I've never seen anything near this complex.
That's stark evidence of how great Kronos' strides in symbological technology have been.
And those strides are what led to the creation
Sounds like
of
our
Gaia
move.
and various signets?
It's known as positive energy. It's got 50 grams, like 50, it's 50 milligrams of caffeine in it.
This is the engine room. The gravitic
50
warp engine's
megagrams.
core should be right up
It's
ahead.
literally nothing but caffeine. Actually, I think it's 80 milligrams. It's like 10 less milligrams than a cup of coffee. And supposedly it tastes like sweet tangerine.
It would be dangerous for you to get any closer, so could you please stand back?
What?
Right then.
8 gallons of haterade. Let me go check my magic 8-ball, see if this is a good idea.
Okay, Fiore. I'll bring up the symbological formula on this terminal, and you can do the actual input.
I'm really hungry
If
now.
you want to view the formula from a different angle or have any
Still have
questions
another
about
like
it, please
2.5 hours
Thanks.
before I can eat.
You know, I don't think I'll ever get over feeling
There's,
nervous when I have to imbue someone else's stuff.
Roast. What it's called. Beef roast.
All right, let's get to it.
Sitting in a crock pot. Yesterday, my boss at work was like, "Hey, do you want this mini crock pot? Could have made a sandwich." It's funny because actually, right when I was going to stream, I was like, "All right, I'm ready to stream." I click on my go live, and then I was like, "Crap, I didn't make any sandwiches."
That was our final symbol.
Also forgot to buy soup this morning when I went to the store.
Thank goodness.
So I have to go back to the store
It's all over.
to buy soup at some point.
Job well done, Fiore. Are you okay?
I've been like,
But I
not really
do
sick,
the results of all this.
but like
I suppose we should
borderline
make our way to the bridge now.
well. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you know, you can tell something's not right, but you can't figure out what it is.
In the hands of Lady Luck.
That's what I've been for like the past 3 days.
No, Captain, that I've never done this without running months of tests first.
If this ends in failure, I'll apologize to you all in heaven.
I highly doubt that'll be necessary. I'll cut the power to the engine if I see any abnormalities.
I see. Shut down regular warp engines.
Yes, sir. Shutting down regular warp engines.
First, we need to see if it can even start.
Let's get rid of
Now,
this guy.
engage gravitic warp engine.
Aye, aye, sir. Engaging the gravitic warp engine.
What's going on?
Come on.
The gravitic engine's up and running.
Warp 1. We good?
All systems normal, and
I think that's during this entire stream. That's the first time Nightbot said anything.
First, try increasing the speed to warp 5.
Nightbot, how do you work?
5.
Yes, sir.
Everyone join my Discord.
3, 4, at warp 5.
There don't seem to be any problems yet. Now it's time for the real test. My calculations say we can safely accelerate to warp 15. Just do it carefully.
You heard him. Accelerate to warp 15.
Yes, sir.
6, 7, 8.
Yes. You know, I was actually just thinking about that
We're now
movement.
at warp 10, sir.
I was like, I wonder how much, how long it actually takes them to catch up.
11, 12, 13.
If they're going 14 or 15 versus 14.3.
Careful. This is the moment of truth.
14.2, 14.4, 14.6.
Well, they might have been running at 11
14.8.
this whole time. We just didn't see it.
all systems appear to be normal.
I don't know.
Okay.
I try not to think too much into like
It would seem that way.
the technicalities of the story.
It is, isn't it?
Yes,
we
totally
totally
did.
It's a success, Captain. How magnificent! To think that imbuing made this possible.
But yeah, they did go back to the Institute.
Captain Kenny, the spacecraft is now officially the fastest in the Federation.
We're the best.
We're the best.
Nice. We owe you a huge debt of gratitude.
Huh.
No, Fiore's the one you should be thanking, not me. You're truly something special. What do you say to coming to work for me once this thing is over and
Look,
done?
now I don't. Ruining my immersion
My readings, there should be no
with the
issue
reality of
maintaining
things.
speed.
We're in
Theoretically,
space.
16, but there's not enough data yet to back that claim up. Stay cruising at 15 until we have some more.
This should be plenty fast anyway.
Keep sending me flight data as you receive it. Also, stay vigilant and remember, return to normal space the moment any aberrations occur.
Will do. Thanks again for your help, Doctor.
Troop, over and out.
We still have like one more really long cutscene
Maintain
here.
Warp 15. We're going after that Chrono ship.
Yes, sir. Now plotting our course.
At this speed, it shouldn't take long to catch up with them. I doubt they'll take kindly to our
How
presence.
long
In the event they engage us
does
right
it even
after
take to get to where they are?
Get some rest while you can.
Like, I realize space is like, you know, massive, but Warp 15 to me sounds like you could get anywhere relatively quickly. I don't know how to explain this. Yeah, space is pretty small when you're traveling at Warp 15. What? So those are all the DLC items you get for having the Day 1 edition. I don't know how to disable them, so like I just have to avoid using them. It's pretty easy since they're all pieces of equipment. One of them is like a skill.
All hands to battle stations. Vicredians, come to the bridge.
I don't learn any more skills, so it doesn't matter.
Repeat, we're on red alert. All hands to battle stations.
Oh, actually, that's a lie. I learned one more skill. 2 more skills. I learned Resurrection and Fairy Light.
16 minutes until contact.
Set shields to Omni and phase cannons to automatic aiming. Whatever you do, don't let any shots
Whatever you
enter
do.
Aye, aye, sir. Setting shields to Omni. Putting phase cannons on automatic aiming.
Other enemy ships?
It sounds like something Emerson would say.
Radar detects only the one. It doesn't seem to have rendezvoused with any fleet yet. There's also nothing resembling a base in the area, but there is an asteroid belt.
Captain, the enemy is slowed down. Only minutes until contact.
Reduce our speed as well, but I don't want to go any slower than double the enemies.
Sir.
They've warped out and are flying a holding pattern in normal space.
Emergency warp out. Enter normal space.
Aye, aye, sir. Currently at warp 10, 9, 8.
High energy emission from enemy ship. Now 0.173 light years away.
Hurry, they're gaining the upper hand as we speak.
2, 1. Now in normal space.
Engines to half. Evade via course 140. Divert power from gravitic warp engine to shields.
Reducing engines to half. Setting course 140.
Diverting power from gravitic warp engine to shields.
4 incoming torpedoes, currently 30,000 clicks out. It's possible to avoid 2 of them, but we're assured of taking hits from the remaining 2.
We'll weather this volley easily enough. Our state-of-the-art shields and output from the gravitic warp engine keep us safe.
All hands prepare for impact.
Oh, yeah, defender bender.
Reduced to 78%, but that figure is rapidly climbing. No problems here.
Engines to 3/4. Launch 4 photon torpedoes on course 90 Mark 90 at 100,000 clicks.
Yes, sir. 30 seconds to current destination.
After that, set engines to full power and take the enemy from behind. Fire phase cannons once we have visual contact, but don't aim for their engines.
Aye, aye. Aye, aye, sir. Destination reached. Firing 4 photon torpedoes.
Enemy taking evasive action. Torpedo 70,000 clicks out.
Engines at full speed. Fire all phase cannons at the enemy's projected position.
Firing phase cannons.
Phase cannons all hit the enemy ship, but they seem to have had no effect.
So, their shields aren't half bad either. Fire the last 4 photon torpedoes.
Copy that. Firing.
They managed to evade the first 4 torpedoes.
The next 4 at 5,000 clicks. Pre-made
The heck is a click?
enemy shields.
And?
It's like a yawn.
Condition. The speed remains constant.
Damn it! It's our newest ship and we're barely treading water.
They have quite the shields, don't they?
Captain, now that we can run the gravitic warp engine for extended periods of time, it should be possible to use that energy to launch quantum torpedoes. This ship is equipped with 12 of them for testing purposes.
You're right.
That last attack should lead the enemy to underestimate our firepower. Hiding quantum torpedoes amidst a barrage of photon ones should also increase the likelihood they'll hit.
That's my and for you. Load 4 photon and quantum torpedoes apiece. Don't forget to set it so they do not target the engine room.
Aye, aye, sir. Preparing 4 photon and quantum torpedoes for launch.
The enemy vessel's changing course. Their new course indicates they'll attack, not evade.
They think they can take down our shields with a volley of plain old torpedoes. There's no doubt they can this. Fire 2 photon torpedoes, then fire 2 quantum ones.
Yes, sir. Firing 2 photon torpedoes. Now firing 2 quantum ones.
Captain, sensors read the
I was yawning a bunch earlier.
torpedoes of their own.
Then I got out of it. Now I'm yawning a bunch again.
Talk about a bold move. That proves it. They don't think anything of our artillery.
Photon torpedoes 5,000 clicks out. Quantum torpedoes 8,000 clicks out. Enemy torpedoes incoming at 20,000 clicks.
The enemy's making no attempt to evade. Photon torpedo contact imminent.
Their shields sustained no damage.
Still no sign of evasion from them. Quantum torpedo contact imminent.
Captain, their shields have been reduced to 11%. We've also confirmed their engines are no longer operational.
Yes. And their torpedoes?
We succeeded in avoiding all 8 of them.
What a thrashing.
Hold that thought. The enemy ship has lost power and is now caught in a nearby planetoid's gravitational field.
This battle coming up here, Sex?
Uh-oh. If that ship goes down, Little Miss Starlight goes down with it. Engines at half speed. Pull to within 10 clicks of the enemy.
10 clicks, sir?
There's nothing their ship can do to us. It's lost all power and gone utterly silent.
Understood. Engines to half speed. We're currently 10,000 clicks out, and gradually slowing down.
And once we get within 10 clicks, halt its descent with our tractor beams.
Will do.
Currently 1,000, 500, 100, 10 clicks away, sir.
Secure the ship with tractor beams.
Activating tractor beams. Their ship's trajectory has stabilized.
I want to talk to their captain. Open a comm link for me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it seems we got a busy
Sir,
signal.
There's no response from them.
Is it that they can't respond, or that they simply don't want to? We'll have to board them and settle this face to face. Prepare the transporter, and don't forget to investigate the ship's layout.
Yes, sir.
Alright,
everyone, to the transport room.
So this battle here, we teleport into a battle that can very easily destroy us, like completely. So I'm gonna buy a few items to kind of help me survive, basically. And then I'll also be buying a weapon for Fiore so that we're able to deal enough damage to do another thing. Here in a bit.
Delacroix, what's the situation inside their ship?
It's lost almost all its power, including the default generator. All that's left is a small reserve, which is connected to the life support system.
Then let's hurry.
How do I survive? Sublime Orb. Gatling Gauntlets. Open Stars. Deadman Walking, Berserker, Pulverizer. Here. I could actually get Centric here if I really wanted to, but I'd rather not because it's a little risky at this point. Since it makes your allies all behave somewhat erratically,
Prep for transport.
it would make this battle
Time to board
faster, but a little bit more difficult to actually survive. You'd end up like probably wasting time in the menus. Alright. Wish me luck.
Anywhere with this many close.
Whoa. So we're in a bad situation here. Because they targeted Mickey right off, and so she died. Which means I had to use up my item cooldown to keep her alive. They are all on her. Yeah. So we survived that, but that was rough. She didn't go outside about that. Alright. So with all these battles here, I want to be really careful. And actually, like, almost preemptively start holding back on the controller as soon as I'm able to. So, because Anne can actually end up getting a little too close in some of these encounters. So you kind of just like memorize where you're going to get into an encounter, and then just hit the button as soon as you would be going into the encounter. It's a little weird to be useful too, but for most of the battles to the end of the game, kind of just have to like memorize where they all are. The last time I ran this, I actually game overed in this dungeon on what I guess you could consider is like a boss fight, but not really, because it's basically like a bunch of regular enemies. This is like a mini boss, I guess. So you have to fight this boss. Wow, he just completely wrecked Fidel. I really want to make sure. I really want to make sure that I survive, first off, but also that that I have enough bonus. I really hope I survive. I'm gonna play this somewhat safe, even though he's dead. I didn't mind. It's kind of a waste. That went really awful. The initial, like, positioning of everyone was really bad. But we made it, somehow. I didn't get level 2, or I didn't get level... In fact, I don't have any reserve rush. So I'm gonna have to build that? Wow, I'm actually not really sure what I'm gonna do.
The more skillful I get, the more
looks like I'm gaining on my father.
I don't know how I'm gonna handle this. I might have to switch over to Hammer of Might. Normally I wouldn't fight any of these encounters, but... the strategy for the next battle that I'm supposed to be in requires using Fiore's thing right off the bat. I may actually just switch to Hammer of Might. This is looking really, really bad for the record. So there's like a billion guys here, and you can kill them all using Fiore's Rush attack. But I don't have enough. I really should have saved that vitality earlier on.
So, one of the kiddos is apparently inside that
for this battle.
The others in the research facility.
I'm pretty sure our plan is to rescue them both, right? Then why don't we start with the one in front of us?
It's as Miki says. We should help her.
Alright, I'm gonna use Hammer of Might strats. Which these are... not really preferred, but... not actually sure how to do this otherwise. Forgot to heal. This is incredibly bad. Resurrections. Yeah, that was some makeshift strats. Not really happy with where I'm sitting at.
Just as I expected.
So normally you would actually... I'm gonna lose a ton of time actually by the time I get to the mana core. Probably like 2 or 3 minutes.
Don't you understand the position you're in?
Think it over. You have a lot more to lose by doing that than us.
Still.
Normally, like I said, you would basically just walk in there and use Fiore's Rush, and that battle's over instantly.
Victory is mine, and so are your weapons. And
I'll only use it in this battle, probably. I have the opportunity to. To hopefully make up some of that time, but... probably not gonna really help. I'm so far from being at level 1.
For the most adept swordsman in all of Rasulia, indeed.
You okay?
Yep, I'm okay.
Whatever you do.
My last run, I game over in this battle.
My side.
Okay.
No! Our plan! Not a single one of you is getting out of here alive!
This is not looking very good at all. Oh my god. That was a huge struggle. Okay. We made it though. There's a stun bomb you can grab earlier. I don't know where it is though.
Didn't hurt you, did they?
Nope.
In case this happens, but
Thank goodness.
I didn't pick it up, so.
We are all happy to see Relia safe and sound. However,
The important thing is I survived.
Relia.
The downside though is I had to use my miraculous device.
Cuferia?
Or whatever it's called. That I picked up in whatever dungeon that was.
Kenny, to the Charles de Gaulle.
This is the Charles de Gaulle.
Transport the 7 of us over there right away.
I can't. There appears to be a shield encasing your ship that blocks transport functionality.
Captain, they've set a silent countdown self-destruct.
Well, there's so much time here.
They love their explosions. How much time left?
27 minutes, 19 seconds. It's still calculating, but we clearly don't have much time.
Can we stop it?
Not with this little time. The command's far too advanced to override.
Does Anne have Deadman walking on? I hope she does. I think she does.
Security is the same level as the countdowns. What's more,
The important thing is
directly linked to the captain's
I
vital
got farther than I
signs.
did last time.
Can you send a shuttle to the cargo bay over here?
I can and I would, but the doors to your cargo bay are closed.
We'll take care of that.
Aye, aye. I'll have a shuttle waiting for you right outside the doors.
Got it. Over and out.
I take it there will be someone waiting for us at this cargo bay?
Cargo bay. In quotes. As if he's never been to a cargo area. Or ships and stuff.
Withdraw from the fight.
Okay.
Let's rethink our plan.
Wait for me. Keep your heads in the game.
Nice. I was really hoping sheer fairy healing. Kind of funny, like running past all these guys. Alright, this next one is probably the most difficult one in this whole area. Okay.
Withdraw from the fight.
I make sure I don't accidentally run into the wrong or the other battlefield thing. You can skip this cutscene for some reason. I understand why.
I must have overslept. I wonder how Relia's doing.
Great question.
Fidel. What's wrong? What are you doing, Fidel?
Taking a walk.
Maybe I should come along too. I'll come too.
Perfect. Then let's be on our way.
I was like, which one of these is the bridge? Or the one that says the bridge?
The problems are just piling up.
We can't let this escalate to all-out war.
Kronos is sure to make an official demand for her return.
You don't think erasing her symbols is viable anymore?
Even if it is, it's unlikely to defuse the situation at this point.
Alright, so I've gotten Berserk to level 6.
It'd be so much easier if Little Miss Starlight had never been created.
So in the next area, I'll actually learn Eccentric and equip that. Since I got it early, basically.
That was uncalled for.
I know. I'm sorry.
Aurelia! Leave me alone.
The Manticore, well, it's very difficult.
Everyone would be a lot happier if only I weren't around. That's not true at all. You know that.
It's very, I don't know how difficult. It's very unlikely that you wouldn't have Eccentric by this point, but I've definitely run into a number of runs where I didn't have Eccentric before now. The last time you really need it, or would like to have it, would be at the end of the Sigma Silica.
If you're going to jump, Relia.
If you don't have it by the end of Sigma Silica, then it's a huge struggle and you're going to lose a ton of time. But since I got it earlier, I'm going to go ahead and equip it now, after this cutscene.
It might influence how you live until the day you die, but right now, Relia, I want you to
I think I have enough. It's 800 and something SP, so I just gotta see how much SP I have. Next time I go to the menu.
Please don't do anything like this ever again, okay?
And I'll replace Pulverizer, basically.
Stop believing in yourself. You can always believe in me instead.
How's it going, DJ Bowser? Oh, pretty good on my end. I've somehow survived this far in this run. Do some sort of miracle. A lot of hard work went into getting to this point. I lost a ton of time though on this last split.
Very sorry that we brought this incident upon you.
You won't do that again.
I fought 2 unnecessary battles to try and build a reserve rush. Didn't get it. Those 2 battles were basically a complete waste of time. And then I had to use a super slow strategy.
Fiore, Victor, Relia, you're all needed on the bridge.
So there's 2 areas left and then the final dungeon, basically. So I'm pretty far into it, but there's a lot of cutscenes between the Sigma Silica and the final dungeon.
About a shuttle, right?
He said when you go to the research lab, put that one in the shuttle as well.
Mm-hmm. Good memory.
From that statement, we can obviously infer.
Like, we still have quite a number of cutscenes here before I go into the next facility.
Labs in the course of our journey, though.
Aha, Eureka! One of them got blown to bits and he's useless now.
But I'm pretty far into it, I guess. 3/4 of the way, maybe.
Facility Prime on the banks of the Isoc.
Okay, everyone to the transport room. We're coming for you, Ferry.
It's Ferry, yeah. I need to buy stuff. Stock all my items, basically.
Pardon me. Whoops.
Alright. Do I have 800? Or do I do? Roll is eccentric. Great. Area to find the cloak door. You're not very far. And actually, you're probably like maybe 1/3 of the way through the game.
It's no good. They've updated their security software.
That's like, speedrun wise, I think that's like an hour and a half or an hour and 45 minutes into the run.
Because this time we can use our ship's main computer.
How's it going, City Raider? Yeah, I forgot what the name of most of the areas in this game are as well.
We can now override the facility's transporter.
I just remember the Sigma Silica, because it's got a goofy name.
The one with the gigantic terminal?
You know it.
3 floors down, you say? That shouldn't be a problem. Energizing.
So this battle's actually, this is an actual speed run. This battle's really funny because all the AI still behaves as it did the first time you visited this area. So they all try to congregate in this room, which is kind of annoying.
I hate to say this, but it looks as if this terminal doesn't contain any information.
But it's also funny at the same time.
It makes sense they pull a stunt like this, considering the entrance's security system was reprogrammed as well.
Well then, should we try to search for another terminal or something? There are definitely rooms we haven't checked yet, so
Yeah.
if we search them all high and low, then...
What a warm reception.
The best part, though, is that we have Anne this time around. Oh, wait, why? Question mark. I'm supposed to have it off, but... I don't know why I had it set to off. In my notes, it mentions it.
Then we should go where the security level is higher.
That was it.
Thank you, City Raider. I don't remember. I don't actually know why I would have it off. My notes specifically say, make sure I have it off before that battle. Seems really weird, though.
Who are you? I'm Rafine, the curator of the biological specimen wing here. Please, follow me. I'll take you to the girl you seek.
I mean, I put it on Fidel here in a minute.
Wait, why would someone like you cooperate with us?
Because I deemed you formidable.
Formidable?
Not a single one of the researchers in this division are working here of their own accord.
These animals are all corrupted. So you are the ones who did this?
Yes, as one aspect of our research.
I recognize this woman's voice, but I don't remember from where.
Why are there security drones here? They aren't authorized to patrol this section.
It's time to fight fire with fire. Attack!
Dang. We don't really do any leveling in a speedrun. This leveling's like fairly pointless in this game. But it is very fun. The battles are pretty fun, so. Deadman Walk. You're not who I wanted to have Deadman walking. Forgot about this battle. This is the battle I was thinking of.
Hurry, our destination's beyond the store.
Alright, this battle's really funny, because, excuse you. The only one that matters is Fidel, and we can just basically set him in this corner over here. Oops. So I put everyone on manual, and most of them will stay on manual till the end of the game. I basically just stand here. Since you can't actually deal any damage to it, even if you're at max level and you try to one-shot it, it doesn't actually kill it. I've tried on multiple occasions. It's basically just point them away from the rest of their group.
There's something odd about this thing's behavior. It's ignoring us and going after the others.
I'm trying to build my reverse rush. I don't know why he always died.
I'll do my part to save you, Fidel.
Alright, so now we can actually damage it. And also not really care what it does to anybody else. I mean, I do care because I want everybody to survive. Oh my god. Our positioning is so bad. It's the story of my life here. Oh my god, are you for real? Forgot how much, like, Eccentric can really mess things up. Whoops, so bad. Oops, oh god. Oh my god. Nothing's going well. So I forgot Ian died. We survived. I didn't lose a whole lot of time though. It was at least as much as I thought I would. That one really poor though.
Yourself. I'm okay.
We're safe. And it's all thanks to you, Aurelia.
Sometimes Eccentric can help, but sometimes it can definitely hurt. That was one case where Eccentric definitely hurt me pretty bad.
General Alma.
It's Varia.
It's Varia.
It's Varia. General Alma, Director. Is it safe to assume this is all going according to plan for you?
I must say, I did not expect you to turn traitor on us, Rafine. How unfortunate.
Get back, ma'am. Your life is in danger.
I see you took Relia from us, as I knew you would. Otherwise, you'd hardly be worthy of the Kenny name.
Why don't I take Varia as well?
It's funny, actually, like,
Such a loud bark.
when I first was learning and rerouting this game, how much I was actually very surprised about the skills affecting the skills and equipment. Well, I don't know about being too surprised, but skills and equipment have a much higher impact on your character stats than level ups do.
All this was for space-time symbology?
I brought it to your attention?
Really, the only thing levels add is health.
In other words, they knew
Well, when it comes down to it.
Relia from that Kronos battleship. Not only that, they wanted us to do it. Then, during that last fight, they monitored Relia's biological responses closely. Thus, they effectively measured certain changes that occur when she employs symbology.
Very keen of you to grasp the situation.
You're saying you used
This cutscene's really long.
ship's crew as
Wanna go
bait
pee?
for us?
And it has all worked out as I planned.
We only possess 2 units at the moment, but once we are able to mass produce them, the information we collected from your endeavors with her will certainly be useful to our cause.
Mass produce? You use this place to craft endless numbers of people?
Do you even understand what life is?
Of all the ludicrous. May we all meet again in the near future.
Hand over Feria! If we're gonna go after General Alma, we'll need our ship. Let's hurry.
Mom. Dad.
What was that? Really, thank heavens you're alive and well. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kristoff, one of the researchers here.
Are you really his dad?
Well, her father figure.
Now that you've shown yourself, I take it we can expect some answers vis-a-vis this place?
Our symbometric technology far eclipses that of the Federation. As part of that,
Very warm in
research
here.
we conducted here was on the ultimate script. Symbols that can physically manipulate the fabric of space and time.
Space-time symbols.
As I'm sure you are well aware, the Pan-Galactic Federation appeared before Chronos 16 years ago by the space date calendar.
How is everyone today?
In order to combat their overwhelming military might,
I'm really hungry.
on large-scale research to test the
I'm kinda
feasibility
tired.
of using space-time symbols to turn life forms into weapons.
Ready for
Then,
food.
at Space Date 526, we were coerced by the Federation into approving the CFNZ.
Coerced? I don't think so.
Surprised I made it this
To
far.
preserve the peace between our organizations, we had to establish mutually agreed upon terms before approving it.
As a universal power, you can rationalize it that way. As the weaker party, though, we had no choice but to submit to those terms.
We manufactured countless test subjects, but only succeeded at applying symbols to 2 of them, Relia and Feria.
Those poor things.
The military hawks quickly latched their talons onto exploiting these space-time symboforms. They set up facilities here on Fakreed and forced us to modify the local fauna.
The next step
That's why
was
all the plants,
to release those symboforms into the
rocks,
wild.
Up until that point,
are
we
mutated.
conducted our research clandestinely. Then we received an order from them to pit our subjects against the natives for the sake of gathering data.
They told us all this was imperative in order to defend ourselves against the
And
Federation.
a fight. It's tough.
So, in other
really not
words,
supposed to be.
you're saying everything that transpired here is the Federation's fault?
Only that it was the impetus. We simply wanted to...
I guess I've probably gotten kind of used to being a little bit
Don't make me
higher in
laugh.
level. Having a little bit
Treating
more health
the
definitely helps.
Federation like lab rats is hardly peaceful.
Like you said, having such lower health numbers.
Oh, it was difficult.
Not actually having a good run going.
We couldn't expose Relia to this travesty.
Most of my runs, my SP grind is
Aboard a shuttle.
a struggle.
So the metal thing.
So I end up much higher level.
It was indeed. Sadly,
Just like I said,
this was a
leveling
bad
in this game really only adds to your health
had the thing
for
shut
the most
down
part.
once it launched.
Now, in order to unleash Feria's full potential, they plan on...
You really want Nikki especially to have high health.
with Relia.
It seems that the Federation's appearance here has put General Alma on edge. I apologize for the impertinence of this request, but please, free Relia and Feria from their fate as instruments of war.
It's Feria.
With this card, you should be able to enter an edifice known on this planet as the Signa Silica.
Signa Silica?
Once you trek its hallowed halls and reach the shrine within its deepest recesses, you will understand why we chose this planet as our laboratory.
I still
Do you have
understand.
any idea where General Alma might have gone? I see. Well, I appreciate the other info. Let's move out.
Relia.
It's Feria.
It It's time to say goodbye, Aurelia.
Huh?
I'm afraid we can't go with you, honey.
Why not? I get it.
Now that the Federation knows of this facility, it won't be long before it's destroyed. There is nothing more we can do on our end.
Take good care of Aurelia and Faria for us.
Mom. Dad.
Farewell, my dear Aurelia.
Aurelia!
That's Faria.
And prepare us for transport.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay. No real. Okay. And next we have the Sigma Silica coming up, like 15 minutes or something. I don't know. The Sigma Silica is an experience.
Good to have you back, sir.
It's definitely the most difficult area in this game. It also contains a room that has the single most highest chance of me game over in this game.
In search of, huh? So you still haven't managed to find it?
I'm afraid not, sir.
Huh. That doesn't bode well. I'd say the planetoid where we fought that other ship would be a good start. But their territory's so incredibly vast.
Hopefully we can find at least some sort of clue as to their whereabouts.
Don't give up just yet.
We won't.
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh my.
Why just this spot? Do you know why there's no data for this one area? No readings? How?
Captain, could you please come take a look at this?
Did you find anything?
I tried scanning the Sigma Silica, but see for yourself.
What the? That's definitely odd. Could it be another Kronos facility?
The only explanation is that it blocks every single type and frequency of wave with which we could scan it.
Such technology shouldn't even exist on this planet.
Shields with this much range shouldn't exist anywhere in the Federation, let alone this planet.
Well, not like running our mouths more will solve anything. Let's check it out.
I agree.
Besides, it's gonna take some time to find General Alma in that celestial haystack.
As long as this shield is in operation, there's no hope of us transporting directly to its location. Although, even if we could, the structure itself also appears to hinder transport.
Can buildings even do stuff like that? I guess that's life's way of telling me I need more exercise. Anyway, let's just beam down somewhere nearby. We can search on foot from there.
Yes, sir.
Get ready, ladies and gents. Next stop, the Sigma Silica.
Okay. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. There's three mini bosses in here. Then the actual boss. Everything in here is nightmarish. This will probably be the most focused I've ever been. This game. That definitely doesn't bode well. Not even to the Sigma Silica yet. People are dying. Oops. Okay. There goes nothing, I guess. I'm gonna do everything within my power to survive this second room in here. Every single battle zone in here is like that.
You must escape.
Could this be our last stand?
Everything our plan.
Emerson, I'll try to help.
So that room the previous room is the one I was worried about the most. I'm just gonna focus on the game. I'll think about anything else.
When we reach the deepest part of this sanctuary, we'll see a statue of Palafighter.
Who's Palafighter?
The progenitor of Signature.
How did I miss? Second one down. Alright, this is the last mini boss. And also probably the worst one. Oh, I forgot to pick up the angel card earlier. Doesn't matter. Okay.
still room
Not
for
bad for a guy
improvement.
with a few.
You can get an Angel Feather in here, which I meant to pick up, which increases all your stats by a bunch. Makes this battle a little bit easier, but got to pick it up because I'm definitely not used to picking it up at all. It was actually something I found in my casual play. This is okay. There we go. Great. I'm gonna use Hammer and Might, so things kind of settle down a bit here. So we've kind of like get things a little bit more under control. Oh god. Oh god. This battle's going pretty bad. It's like going ham on Mickey. I'm not getting very good stuns either.
soldier! I can help you!
Oh my god, that was a nightmare. That was the biggest struggle when it really didn't need to be.
It said that upon
I think I said this like 5 hours ago, but I don't understand how aggro works in this game because it seems completely random. And sometimes bosses they just like decide to focus on one person the entire battle. So like it just kept focusing on Mickey. Like everything it did, it just went all out on Mickey. Which made that battle way more difficult than it really needed to be.
Captain!
Did you find something?
Electromagnetic waves, meaning electricity runs through this plate.
Electric.
You have to actually be standing like right here or something like that.
What's so special about that?
This cutscene, forgot about that.
Whoops, slipped my mind.
Could you pass me the card from those Kronos researchers?
We're standing somewhere else, and Fidel walks all over the place to get to that position on the ground. So normally, for that last boss fight, you can basically just spam chocolate the whole time. You don't really have to do a whole lot, but
This isn't a trap. You sure did a good job making
thing was going ham on Miki. Everybody's positioning was like really bad.
What in the world is this place?
Quite the expanse we stumbled upon.
Well, we managed to get this far. We need to get out of here though. Our next big task.
Whatever this place is, it's certainly not natural.
This was when I played this casually. This is probably the coolest cutscene to me. Just seeing
Floating above a planetoid without an
all the stuff here.
Not
And I was kind of like disappointed in how well they handled it. It's like they didn't really explain anything. They were just like, "Oh, look," and I was like, "Oh yeah, hi." And then I was like, "Wow, that was cool." And then everybody left. I was like, "Wait a sec.
I see something.
Am I not gonna do anything cool with this thing?" The fog or that's the worst. Impression there.
I now understand why Kronos chose Faycrete 4 over all other planets, but I'm still not sure why this place
The
exists.
fuck?
We'll
Can't do it
talk
right
about
now.
that once we're above ground. Our communicators get absolutely zero reception down here.
Oh, that's right. With those
Alright. If you're curious why I always use Ready Said. We're almost out of press ages.
Kenny here.
Where have you been, Captain? I swear, we've been on the edge of our seats since we lost your signal.
Inside that shield, that's where. So, you think you can transport us?
Not yet. The signal's still being jammed.
Alright, I gotta get out of here.
Get outside its range as soon as
It's
possible.
gonna be really rough.
Our
Especially this room right here.
Chronos ships. They'll make contact in 12
This
hours.
room? Oh, not this one.
Ship there.
I don't want to make a
This
assumption, but
one,
they may
right
not
here.
actually be his ships.
All right, we'll step on it. Kenny, over and out.
An emergency?
Apparently, some Chronos ships are
Yeah, we made it out.
So we're off?
That we are.
Alright. I'll learn Resurrection. On to my final page of notes here. There's like
What's the situation?
A fleet of 4 Chronos
30 minutes,
ships
20
are
minutes?
on course for the Fake system. At this rate, they
About
should make
20
contact
minutes
with us
of
in
cutscenes here.
7 hours.
4 of them. Why would they think they need so many?
Captain, we're receiving a transmission from the Kronos fleet.
Put them on screen.
Greetings. This is President Mutal of the Central Kronos government.
The president?
Huh?
Wait, why would their president be here?
Serious.
It's my distinct pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. President. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Emerson T. Kenny, and I'm the captain of this humble Pan-Galactic Federation vessel, the Charles de Gaulle.
It's an honor to meet you, Captain Kenny.
Oh, no, sir. I assure you, the honor's all mine. If you don't mind me asking, Mr. President, what is it that has brought you to this frontier?
Let's get right down to business. Certain high-ranking officials in our military have terminated contact with us. Despite our numerous attempts, we still have not successfully reached them.
You mean General Alma?
Well then, I see you're already privy to some of the details. Let me be clear. We have no intention of renouncing the Charter and fiduciary no-fly zones. We ratified that treaty with the Pan-Galactic Federation and will continue to abide by its statutes. In contrast, General Alma is colluding with the anti-Federation faction of the military to incite a coup d'etat, and eschewing the Charter is one part of their scheme.
Well, sir, that's our understanding of it, too.
How would Kronos ever have a future if we disregard it? It's impossible. We can't fight a civil war while simultaneously fighting one abroad with the Federation. What they are perpetrating is lunacy. On behalf of the
I believe I've made it this far, so.
I officially
So far?
request the Pan-Galactic Federation's military support in this conflict. Without your cooperation, we cannot hope to prevent Alma's coup d'etat.
I'll relay your request to our organization's commander with utmost haste, and I'll do my best to have a response for you by the time you reach the Fake system. I can't, however, make any promises.
Your effort is much appreciated, Captain. Hopefully the answer we receive is an affirmative one. Mutal, over and out.
I'll talk to the commander in my quarters. Delacroix, you're in charge while I'm gone.
Yes, sir.
I think there's a fade out here. Pretty sure there's a fade out here.
You're going to trust someone who was your enemy up until now?
Kronos isn't necessarily our enemy. It's General Alma and his faction that are.
What if it turns out both groups are conspiring together?
With technology this powerful and dangerous, you have to be
I can't really hear the music, but I know this musical track is one of my favorite in this game.
Millions of people. Not only that, it could even destroy whole civilizations.
Stolen from Star Ocean 3.
Reason not to go to war? Sounds like sophistry to me.
When you become as advanced as we are, you'll realize you can't just start wars whenever you want, no matter who the enemy is.
Are you saying we can't comprehend because our brains are as underdeveloped as our planet?
That's not what I meant.
Sorry. Let's not continue this conversation. I respect your decision.
Thank you.
It's a good track. You ever want to really hear it in Speedrun?
The Kronos fleet's about to enter normal space. They'll be within Fake 4's orbital trajectory in 5 minutes.
Understood. They're emissaries, so we'll welcome them as we would any diplomat. Put him on screen. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. President.
Really wish I had more blueberry potions. I only got 2 left.
Transmission from Central Command.
There's no need for you to apologize. These things often do take time.
I appreciate it.
Did you saw my miraculous device? I forget
There's
what
an
it's called.
incoming transmission from Central Command.
Put them on.
I think it's the miraculous device.
Commander Dean, I'm pleased to report that the President has already arrived in our sector.
I see. President Mutar. It's been quite some time.
Yes, it certainly has, Commander Dean.
Allow me to dispense with the formalities. The Federation Security Council just finished an emergency session, and I assume both you and Captain Kenny are anxiously awaiting the results.
Please.
Based on Captain Kenny's report, along with the logs from his ship, the Council's decision is thus. The Pan-Galactic Federation accepts the Central Kronos government's request for aid. As the representative body of the Pan-Galactic Federation, it is our top priority to ensure that peace is maintained. Thus, while we will indeed provide our resources to you, we recommend the utilization of non-violent methods with the opposition.
We appreciate the help.
Really
guarantee that General
really hope I finish this run.
Be reasoned with peacefully. In such an event, we advocate the use of force to subdue them.
As you wish. We shall endeavor to solve things peacefully, resorting to military action.
At the very least, I could actually
Furthermore, the Charles D. Gold
better
is by far the closest Federation vessel to Kronos territory at this
splits.
time. Not only that, but it also happens to be the fastest ship in our illustrious fleet. Therefore, Captain Kenny, I appoint you as the Federation's official ambassador.
I'll do my utmost to serve fittingly in this new capacity.
One more thing. I will dispatch reinforcements to your destination. It's unlikely, however, that they'll arrive in time. You're on your own in regards to cooperating with the Central Kronos government.
Thanks for the warning, sir.
I have nothing further, Mr. President. But is there anything you would like to add?
I am deeply moved by the extent of your government's generosity.
Very well. Then I shall take my leave. Captain Kenny, do the Federation proud. I'll send the mission details to your ship later. Please make sure you review them. Understood?
I don't actually know where I
Understood. Dean, over and out.
split the final boss stuff. The gauntlet.
There you go. I look forward to working with you, Mr. President.
Not that that's really relevant right now.
As do I. No, sorry if this
Have to make it past Doris first.
Let me share what we know about the sector in which General Alma is currently hiding.
You already know where he is?
We haven't simply been twiddling our thumbs on the sideline this whole time, you know. There is a certain asteroid belt 300 light-years from Kronos Station 4, and it is there that the rebel faction has clandestinely erected its hideout. Let me send you the data we have on it.
If we know where they are, I say we start heading there this instant.
Very well. We'll send a fleet of ships from the Kronos governmental forces in the meantime. They ought to be able to rendezvous with us once we enter opposition territory.
Do you know how many ships there are in the rebel fleet?
A dozen or so. But the real problem isn't their numbers, it's their firepower. They have all our most advanced battle cruisers at their disposal.
Battle cruisers.
Sounds like we'll need to fight tooth and nail to win.
Either way, our ship will follow dutifully behind you.
May we come out of this on top, sir. Kenny, over and out.
I think there's a fade out here.
Power. Once we leave this trajectory, cruise at warp 14 to the coordinates.
Either a fade out or I go back to
until we leave trajectory, then
my
cruise at warp
room.
14 until destination.
It'll be a while until we arrive, so do what you will in the meantime.
Yeah, it's fade out. Somewhere in here, I actually have to go back to my room, and it gives you, I think it's after this cutscene, and it gives you the
Captain, transmission incoming.
final rest, the point of no return
It says the source is
warning.
unidentified. Should we pick up?
Yes, on screen.
I'm so glad you decided to come, Captain Kenny.
Well, if it isn't General Alma himself.
How fortuitous that you live. For now my wish to face you in battle can be granted.
We've been dispatched as official ambassadors of the Federation. We wish to negotiate peace, not fight.
Negotiate peace? The Federation? Is that supposed to be a joke? Well, do you see me laughing?
It's true that I'd like to settle this without resorting to violence.
You browbeat us into signing away our sovereignty, and now you have the gall to demand our unconditional surrender with a straight face? When will this farce ever end?
We formed this alliance for the sake of preserving peace. None of the Federation's members would ever force you to join it against your will.
That's mere semantics. No matter. The time for debate has passed. The Federation's nothing more than a government-run gang. Consequently, I have no...
Guys, I have no idea how hungry I am right now.
For our new space-time symbology.
Actually, what time is it even?
First, I'll slaughter you.
It's 3 o'clock.
The traitors who sold our home world. Then you know what I'll do? Use your corpses.
It's still earlier than when I would normally be eating.
What a shame we couldn't work things out.
I think just sitting around. That's probably why I'm hungry.
Wet your proverbial blade, for you're about to see whose symbology is truly the greatest.
This guy might be crazy.
His location?
The asteroid belt from the data that President Mutal sent us, apparently.
What a grand gesture from the General. And see to it that President Mutal's flagship gets the transmission records and data analysis.
Yes, sir.
Oh, another...
I estimate that it'll take around 16 hours.
Roughly 10 minutes.
The asteroid belt where General Alma is hiding. No matter how we end up settling this conflict, it'll be settled by sometime tomorrow. I recommend you rest while you can.
Here's where we get the point of no return. We go visit Mickey. I think, unless there's a cutscene. Can't remember if it starts me off in a room. Okay, yeah. We'll go visit Mickey and transport.
What are you doing here at this hour?
What about you, Fidel?
I just couldn't
I
get...
think this one ends in a fade out.
Me neither.
I don't really remember. We keep walking anyways.
You know what? We've come so far on this journey.
Yeah. Beyond the sky's pretty far, to say the least.
It's not just the physical distance. We've experienced so many things that no normal Rasulians have. Things we didn't
I think
even know were
there's
possible.
got an indentation in it where I've been holding the circle button this whole time.
I swear, those days we spent hanging out with Ted and Stahl, they seem like they ended many eons ago.
From here, they do seem distant.
Recently, Fidel, I feel like you've been distant too.
I don't think I have.
Yes, you have. Some of it's out of your control, like what's happened with the war and with Feria.
It's Feria.
You've set your sights on somewhere far away.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. That makes me sound like the villain here.
And what do I do?
Stay by my side. For all eternity. I'll never ever forgive you if you try to leave me behind.
All right.
Where, Mickey? Get out of my life.
I'm gonna do my absolute best to save Feria, so you won't mind if I say at least one selfish thing, will you? Please, Fidel. Stay by me.
Trying to walk out of your life. Sure. Alright, got speeds up 5 minutes. Now I just did side of the face. That seems like 5 minutes long. And then we enter the final dungeon. So excited.
That's not enough. Your pathetic policies cannot save Kronos. Why can't you see that you're dooming our people to be Federation slaves?
Starting a civil war serves only to deplete our national resources.
Have you no backbone? A craven fool like you has no right to rule us. There's nothing more here to discuss. All that's left is for us to crush the Federation and Kronos' lapdog government.
I'm sorry I couldn't do better, Captain Kenny.
If we haven't convinced him by now, I doubt we ever will, Mr. President. The only option we have left is to engage them.
Indeed. I knew it would come to this.
In that case, sir, could you please order your ship to retreat to a safe distance? I'm confident we can handle the fighting ourselves.
Thank you. And best of luck.
Captain, 3 of the enemy ships look to be going on the offensive.
Got it. All right, people. Time to get this operation underway. In the name of galactic peace, we are going to head into battle against the rebel Kronos forces led by General Alma. Fidel, your group will do what it needs to help the sisters.
Understood.
Okay. Now open an audio link between our ships and the Kronos governmental forces.
Audio link is now established.
This is Emerson T. Kenny, captain of the Pan-Galactic Federation ship Charles D. Gold. My vessel will serve as the Kronos Governmental Forces flagship, as directed by the Federation's Central Command and Kronos' President Mutal. It's up to every last one of us to ensure Kronos remains at peace, rather than plunges into chaos. So let's go out there and give them hell. Kenny, over and out. Time to get this
I'm well behind him in shockwave level. I think, possibly. Might be okay. I forgot where I actually came level for it. I'll just assume I'm doing okay.
Set a course. 90 Mark 135.
There's a couple battles coming up that I could do, either Shockwave or Hammer of Might on, and it takes roughly the same amount of time. But it's much safer to use Hammer of Might. However, I want to gain as many levels in Shockwave as I possibly can, but I don't know where I stand level-wise on it.
Maybe so.
This would be kind of pointless if I say, like, I enter the final battle with, like, 83% or something like that.
I know that, but it doesn't matter. We'll have to go right for General Alma then. Faria's the only thing fueling their resistance.
Faria.
Therefore, if we defeat Alma and get her back, we'll lose their reason to fight.
That's easier said than done. Alma's most likely barking orders from the safety of their base, situated on that large asteroid. The shield around it will make an approach impossible.
Actually, it just might be feasible. While we were traveling to this sector, I was able to analyze a portion of the data on space-time symbology we accumulated. I theorized that if Relia were to use her power, we could manipulate space-time in such a way that it neutralizes their shield. With practice, it could likely even disable the whole thing. Her current skills, however, should suffice. We can likely still negate a large enough portion of the shield to pass through. In short, going after Alma directly is well within the realm of possibility.
But I don't know if I can control my powers well enough.
I'll offer what support I can by analyzing her side.
Do it for Faria.
Come on, Relia. Let's go save Faria together.
If I can save my sister, I'll try hard to get it right.
Emerson, please get us ready to infiltrate their base.
Can do.
Let's go.
Alright. I don't know if I can buy stuff here, but I missed the opportunity to last time, whenever I was supposed to.
Sir, you have a fleet to command. You can't just go running...
So hopefully I can do it here.
Delacroix, the General Alma calls. Don't worry. You'll do a great job in my stead, First Officer.
the last time I got this far. I tried to do it after the transport cutscene.
Act 2. Transporter.
But you can't. I mean, you have to sit there and wait for like 5,000 years for their conversation to
If you
end.
could succeed at manipulating space-time, completely nullify shields, you'd be invincible.
I assume that is exactly why Kronos was researching the ultimate script in the first place.
For them to engrave something so terrifying on a small
The technology probably won't work unless they use a living being.
Thank God it was Fidel.
What about him?
It's good that he was the one really opened up to out of everyone.
Agreed.
Oh man, I don't know if I'll have enough. I mean, it probably doesn't matter. I don't know if I have enough money though. Never had to go through that many
To start, we'll neutralize the shield.
fresh sage, whatever it's called, the res items. Her.
Go!
Incredible. How'd it go? Think it'll work?
Not right now. Something seems to be disrupting Relia's field.
My sister, she...
It would appear that Feria is currently emitting a field of her own.
What if we use a shuttle to get closer while Relia has her force field up? Do you think that would help her neutralize Feria's field?
According to the scanner, the field's effects deteriorate quadratically with distance. Thus, the closer Relia is to her target, the more likely she can cancel it out. Still though, exposing a weaponless shuttle to the enemy's phase cannons is too dangerous.
It may be dangerous, but there's no other way.
I know I can do it. I'm okay.
Alright.
It looks like the bravest member of our team is also the smallest.
Indeed.
I can never remember to go in this dungeon, because I never actually get this far. Everything,
The bridge here.
Need a favor.
normally dies horribly
Isn't anything absurd?
while trying to save
Use
Anne,
a shuttle and fly right into the
or in the Sigma Silica.
Absolutely out of the question. It's too dangerous.
I'll be in charge of the helm.
Bridge to the captain.
What?
I've uploaded a projected route to your shuttle. Please take a look at it.
How thoughtful.
You prepared to start, Relia?
You'll have to keep your signaturgy activated the whole time, but can you do that?
I can.
There's a cutscene here you can skip for no reason. It's the last one you can skip.
You're not alone. We'll get through this
And then the ending you can skip.
I'll open the doors for you.
Thanks. We're ready for takeoff.
Yeah. Final dungeon time.
I must give you credit. It takes talent to break through that space-time symbol barrier we erected. I'm glad I decided to welcome you with open
I need this. Nope.
It was worth
Can't use it anymore.
Your generosity is truly boundless.
And now give back Feria!
Let's rethink our plan. So the whelp decided to show up after all. How interesting that he didn't turn tail and run.
4-3. 4-3.
The true master of space-time symbology is...
Somehow dodged that missile.
Fine with me.
4-3.
Is just and my victory's assured. History's proof of that. Enjoy your downfall.
4-3.
Let's go. Feria's waiting.
4-3. Wow. Wrong side? Four, three. 4-3. Don't forget. 4-3, I have to go pick up an item. I'm pretty good at forgetting to pick up stuff.
Let's rethink our plan. Get out of here.
Okay.
So much time. I'll try to help.
4-3. Base signals pressed. Base signals chest.
I think I'll pass.
Here we go.
So, are we shut in?
We're shut in.
What do you want?
I'm pleasantly surprised you made it this far. Such magnificent specimens. Yes. You'll be perfect for the new, more thorough experiments I've been designing.
More experiments? People aren't playthings, you know.
You say that, but without us, your Symbiform there wouldn't exist. In truth, we deserve your gratitude, not your malice.
Are you even capable of thinking of others?
Please, don't get incensed over nothing. It'll adversely affect the results and ruin all my hard work. This is our latest Symbiform.
Oh my god, again. It's going straight for Aurelia this time. Please, leave Nikki alone. I'm gonna lose the time on this battle as well. Probably like a minute. Oh wow, I don't know how I saved time there. I guess every other time I've gotten this far, that fight went horribly bad. That's my only guess. Of course, so these are not like for exploits anyway, so join your talent.
Let's rethink our plan.
This one's really tough to run from. I think I go through. I really hope I'm not going the wrong way. Pretty sure I'm going the right way. Is it this one? No. I gotta pick up the tiger things on this floor. In this room right here. Tiger things. The dialogue in the background. Alright, we gotta buy stuff. I need 2 of these. Right? Row. Dash. Okay. Just gotta survive.
Wait, this again?
I must admit, you're all brimming with puissance. Will
that a
that
word?
puissance, however, aid you against my new subject? I know I'll enjoy finding out.
Cut the crap.
Look, guy, all we want is an
Okay.
audience with the General as soon as possible.
Sorry, but I can't let you do that. The General is a valued financial contributor to our research. You'll simply have to participate in our experiments a little longer.
It's Faria.
That's not her. Faria has a different space-time symbological psi-wave pattern.
How very discerning of you to notice. As you have likely surmised, this one is a clone. But don't assume that she's any less formidable than her prototype. But perhaps you should be less concerned with her identity and more concerned that she has her sights on you.
Despicable. We've only ever succeeded in producing one of these. You think this is a good idea? Won't the General be angry with us if we use it without his permission?
Not if we win, he won't.
Yes, but if we lose...
No matter. Let the experiment begin, I say.
I'm not hitting for 50k. Which means I'm not quite leveled up enough on Shockwave. Somebody got hit with a status effect. Oh, it's Fidel.
Faria! My dear sister.
You've
It's
done
Faria.
it, Thorless. How dare you waste a perfectly good clone?
My apologies, General Alma. Please, let me build another to atone for this.
Alright, so the worst boss in this run is this boss right here. Not necessarily the most difficult,
I have no need for
because you either win or lose. There's no, like,
Sir, please wait.
middle ground, really, which I'm sure that this will somehow be like a middle ground type thing. It either wipes everyone out, and you die, or
You don't mean to.
you get him turned around and he leaves everyone alone.
Please, sir, I beg of you, don't. Anything but that.
This is the reason I really picked up the Resurrection Mist, which I had used earlier. But this battle, I gotta be really careful about everyone's health, keeping everyone alive. I'm actually gonna put Fidel on manual.
Where are we now?
Nowhere real, it seems. I'd say they
Generally, we
use
keep
space-time
Fidel off
symbology.
manual so that he can help build the
Probably
reserve
a
rush
parallel
bar,
dimension.
or act as a horrible distraction, wherever he feels like doing.
Is emitting waves only given off when space-time symbology.
But I really don't want him doing anything.
I could get used to this. Oh, how good it feels to be the pinnacle of progress. I don't give a damn about Alma anymore. Now that I'm in this form, I don't need him to make the universe mine.
Here we go. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to take him off menu. Okay. That's what I was talking about. Divine Wave. Oh my god. So I'm gonna lose time on this battle too. Quite a bit of time actually. Yeah.
What an utter disgrace to humanity that guy was.
We didn't die, and that's what actually is important. Even though I really should have.
You, Captain Kenny. Is this distorted cosmos not the perfect stage upon which to enact our final encounter?
You never miss a chance to show off, do you?
There may be 7 of you now, but how many will there be when you reach?
7. Maybe 7.
If you even do, that is.
I believe he wants us to pay him a visit.
Then let's take him up on that.
Okay. Didn't really need the menu there. That's what I ended up doing, but... Is everybody... Yeah...
Let's concentrate our attack.
Great video with this.
That's how you win battles.
That's how you win battles. These guys are a huge annoyance. Oh, that was a struggle.
Take precautions.
Withdraw from the fight.
I'll do my best.
Alright, this one is faster use shockwave. The next mini boss we fight is faster use shockwave. But I'm not feeling too confident right now, given what's happened in the past like 3 or 4 boss fights. We just hammer might strats. Oh my god, stop, dude. We're just aggro's, whatever. Could have been worse, indeed.
Yes?
Do I need to heal? I don't know why I did. I'm going on shockwave strats then. On the final boss. I think everybody's set to manual. It needs to be set to manual. Oh, there we go. Final boss time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, how I've waited to see you in person rather than through a screen, Captain Kenny.
We've met before,
Don't
right?
get ahead of yourself, General.
Little girl, have you no intention of returning to my side? And you, whelp, do you wish to join me?
I want to be with Fidel and Miki, not you.
Who'd ever take the side of a man who uses children?
Hello, Mixed Herb. How's it going?
Lives aren't toys for you to play with.
I gotta do a lot of paying attention here, so it's final boss time.
The time for talk has ended.
It's a little bit late. That's okay.
Upon me.
It's very
Vice Director!
Yes, sir.
No, sis.
It's a pretty fun game. Thank you for the luck.
No, sister.
If I actually manage to finish this run, it'll be amazing though.
Lend me your power, minion.
Especially considering how bad some of these fights have gone.
Victory here shall prove the veracity of my creed.
Alright, this battle's really wacky. Alright, I want him to aggro me, or Mickey I should say, so I can bring him over here.
Nor does Signaturgy. He's surrounded by a force field that's connected to another dimension via space-time symbology. This effectively makes him
Yeah, he's immune to damage, so.
Then how can he reach us? It doesn't make sense.
To eliminate you
How should I know?
What's the matter? I thought you were supposed to show me the error of my ways. Thanks to you, we were able to solve
The greatest
space-time symbology's many
strategies, boss fights of all time.
powers to activate. Certain types of hormones must be secreted in the subject's brain. For example, your subject secreted the necessary hormones when experiencing strong emotions, such as trust and love. Now that we understand the mechanism, we can easily replicate the process. This can be accomplished with mind control, or by injecting the necessary hormones directly into your system. Take a good long look. This is the face of the man who tamed space-time symbology.
I feel bad relying on her again, but we have no other choice. Relia!
It's Varia. Oh god.
Get up. Get up, Relia. You just gonna leave your sister like this? I'll catch you no matter how many times you fall. Just believe in me and get up. Take control of your own future with Varia.
I believe in you more than anyone in the
Oh, those sound effects.
Now go turn Varia back to her normal self.
I'll do it. I'll be the one to save my sister.
What's Miki doing?
What?
Okay, time to throw everything we've got at him.
Oh, man. I almost forgot about you. Hello? stop punching Relia. I need her to cast spells on Anne. Please don't. He dodged.
Well, now we know this will not be a dull affair.
Ooh, I lost a bunch of time.
Very well. It is time. Behold the results of our latest symbological research.
Gotta survive this round. Gotta survive soft lock round. Gotta survive final boss round.
Don't make me laugh. How enjoyable it is to command such immense power with such little effort. I don't my apologies if I annihilate you without even thinking.
Right. Alright, two more sections, basically.
If we go any further, we'll obliterate the subject's gestalt.
Just gotta, hopefully not soft lock.
How dare you! Get out of my way, you worthless cretin!
No, sis.
Why did I not do this in the first place? Such consummate power coursing through my veins. How invigorating! With your last breaths, prostrate yourselves before me!
No, 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 no.
Try to neutralize their force field one more time, kiddo, please.
You can use the same method as before.
If I get rid of the force field, you're
She's
all going to attack my sister,
sounds.
right? I can't do it. I just can't hurt my own sister. Should I do? I don't know.
Aurelia's power has gone erratic.
And she silenced.
Waiting any longer would be a waste of time. Let's finish this.
Alright. I get worried every time, because one time the game soft locked here. I have no idea what to do. Like, well,
Aurelia, do you want your sister to be like that forever? I know. You can do it.
That thing isn't Feria anymore. Aurelia, you have to fight.
I applaud your will to rise, well. Too bad you'll just be cut back down.
Open your eyes, Feria, please!
No!
Aurelia, I beg of you. Please, please kill me.
Don't run away! Fight! Fight against his control! Break free of it!
Silence, whelp!
I believe in you, Aurelia. I always have. And I know you can rise up with Feria if you truly want to.
We can beat this man if we fight together, Feria. I believe in you, sis.
And I believe in both of you. I do.
You bastard, Fidel! I see now that you were my real enemy all along!
That
alright, here we go.
your execution.
I shall know!
Dang, didn't hit for max damage. Man, it would be super great if I could get, if I had my reserve rush right now, because I have the attack bonus from a dead member. We did it, damn. We completed a run. Trying to skip all these cutscenes. This time is not actually done till then.
Miki's currently studying her heart out to become a science officer. According to Anne, she's got a real knack for this sort of thing.
Sub 630. No. This time doesn't stop till then.
Reading and writing. You can't be too hard on her, as she didn't grow up with the Terran.
I would have, if I hadn't had trouble on the Crystal Defender, or Crystal Guardian, or Thoris, it would have been sub 630.
The Federation's military. And based upon his
Thoris was
he was appointed as an instructor.
An experience, and
a citizen of an underdeveloped planet, this is a historic accomplishment.
Crystal Defender, I kind of expect that.
I'd like to see
Thoris, I also kind of expected, but like that Thoris is either like incredibly awful, like to the extreme, or everything goes great.
Fiore was accepted as a researcher.
And Thoris went incredibly awful.
Symbological genetics laboratory on Moonbase. I say accepted, but the whole facility was basically established for.
And so I had to kind of take it slow.
Knowledge surpasses even our own scientists.
I'm careful.
So I assume there
was like basically a game over, but I managed to survive somehow.
Few breakthroughs with her working on their team.
Since like one person, I think Mickey survived or something really wacky. That whole fight was like really wacky.
She continues to work as a science officer aboard the Charles D. Gold. Her looks are what sealed the deal for me when hiring her. But I'll be damned if she isn't one.
But at the very least, I have a run I could submit somewhere.
Finally given my new
Who knows where?
I won't hesitate to bring her along. As for me, the myriad
I can also say goodbye to this game.
Performed in quelling the Kronos rebellion earned me a promotion. Nothing's official yet, but word around the water
Speedrun
is that I'll become an admiral. To think,
oh man,
with my own fleet. What's more, the ship they'll assign me won't be.
I look forward to someone else running this game.
Equipped with some rather snazzy technology, of an
although
and gravitic warp kind. I guess this goes to show.
I hate that Thoris and the Crystal Guardian went so badly. There was another battle, I forgot which one. They went really bad. So it's like it's hard for me to like really say, alright, here's what the run's supposed to look like.
Now diligently studying to become an officer.
Because both those battles were like this huge struggle.
Truth be told, we'd already accept him as
the Fiore one. Now I remember. Yeah, when you go to rescue Relia from the ship and you're supposed to use Fiore's
this is a battle he needs to fight on his own.
Fiore's
that I was right to believe in
reserve rush ability. I didn't have a reserve rush, so I had to like wing it. That was a real struggle. 2 second gold. Gold splits. We did it, man. We made it to the fin. It's time for supper. Super? Yeah.